In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Sorry about that. How are you? I hope you guys are doing well. Shout out to my six. What's good, Barry Carey? It is good to see you guys. Good morning, Madison, Kimberly Black, Liz Olivos, Grand Rising. So I'm sure you guys are well aware that your president has launched an illegal strike on Venezuela. Now, this is what I went to bed with. At the time that I first heard the story, 47 was not answering any questions or giving out any information. At the time I went to bed, the Pentagon was saying that if you had any questions, talk to the White House. So that's what it was then. What it is now is that Maduro and his wife some way were captured by this president. Um, I wonder how much did all of this cost? And who is it for? See, these are the real questions. Who was all of this done for? And how much did it cost you, the taxpayer? You know, the taxpayer who are millions are facing not having health insurance. I wonder who this was done for. So there's that. Hey, Kiva. Good morning, everyone. What a difference a day made. Breaking news. Yes, and he's been brought to New York to be indicted. Indicted on what? Indicted on what, per se? What shall he be indicted for in New York? For saying his election was rigged and staying in office? The same thing that 45, 47 tells you every time that he gets up on the podium that the election has been rigged, and that's why Biden got in office. Is that what he's being indicted for? If you guys are not familiar with the Jack Smith indictment, they have finally released that indictment, and they finally sat down with Jack Smith because they're trying to bring charges against Jack Smith, who brought the election interference charges against 45, 47. Hey, shout out to my six. So they're trying to bring indictment charges against him, and they wanted to bring him in front of the Congress and rake him over the coals. But you know what happened? He was in front of Congress for 8 hours, and that James Comer. Excuse me if I'm stuttering, because I have more important things and names and events to recall than let's say what a lemon did and what a drunk bitch did and what fake elites are doing to meet up with drunk motherfuckers. I have a lot of different things on my mind. So if you cannot understand what I'm saying, bye, have a good day, and goodbye. Where was I? So James Comer, he decided that he did not want to broadcast. Jack Smith wanted to broadcast his hearing live, but James Comer was like, "Oh no, we can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that." Corny, James Comey. You are babbling. You are babbling. James Comey. He decided that he couldn't release these these hearings. But when did he secretly release the hearings? On New Year's Eve. All of a sudden, he could release these hearings on New Year's Eve. He thought that he was going to sneak them in. But you understand that 45, 47 had fake electors that he wanted to put in, and he wanted to call them alternate electors until the dumb electors who volunteer for the position was like, we can't do this. This is against the law. The text messages amongst themselves lets you know that they knew what they were doing was against the law. And so to smooth that over, they said, you are not going to be stand-in electors. You'll just be the fake electors. So you mean to tell me that we spent all of this money to go over there and meddle in Venezuela because we wanted to prove that Maduro robbed his country of their proper election vote? You mean the same person who tried to do the same thing in America spent all of your tax dollars to go over there and prove that? But I thought he was a narco terrorist. Was this about drugs all the time? So what about all of these over 115 people that were gunned down by rockets by your military? Which one is it? It can't be both. And it can't be the first thing that I told you. A motherfucker who tried to do the same thing. I guess he's mad with Maduro because Maduro was more successful and pulled it off. You know how this man is obsessed with people who succeed at things that he cannot do. Kind of like succeeding at a healthcare. Your mama is intellectually lost, and if you are more than welcome to leave this channel. No one asked you to come here. Goodbye. 1.7 trillion dollars. Okay. Him and his whole administration um, needs to be thrown out of office. But we won't. We don't have health care. But we have this dumb shit. A whole motherfucker who tried to steal the U.S. elections is going over there. No, I have a college degree, sweetheart. Try better. Why don't you tell your people to go get a GED? Because your people are the ones who need them. Okay, let's carry on. 1.7 trillion dollars in a oil deal. It's already been proposed. He has already been talking to oil companies, and let's not forget the rare earth minerals. You know those rare earth minerals Ronnie Q was telling you about years ago. Those rare earth minerals that they have been trying to procure from all different nations. So they just went in and they're just going to take them. And who are they taking them for? They're taking them. They're taking them for people who are in a race to create AI. You know this AI that the president said that no state can regulate. So come on in here thinking you know people's qualifications, baby. Bye, baby. Bye. You notice they had nothing to say about the content of what I was speaking on. The rare earth minerals is the AI bubble, but the rare earth minerals is not for you and I. This administration is trying to get rare earth minerals from nations for free, like that health agreement that he has with 6 African countries. Nine, is it 6 or 9? 9 African countries that they are going to monitor all of their health care. They are going to, they will be the ones who will find out first if there's some type of medical outbreak in their country. They are going to be the ones who send in private companies to do this work. And what happens when there is a medical outbreak? U.S. interest comes first. And you still have African leaders of African countries signing up for this. So that is exactly what they want. That's it. That's exactly what they want. So what they going to charge Maduro with? What exactly will they be charging him with? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What exactly could they charge Maduro with? But they don't have light crude. They have heavy crude. They have very, very heavy crude. Yes, we need light crude, but it's going to take. We need. They have heavy crude. That's all I'm saying. They have heavy crude. I don't think minerals is a small part because Venezuela is mineral rich. Venezuela has all the minerals that they need, not only in the land but also in the ocean off the coast of Venezuela. So let me tell you something. All of this has been done for billionaires to create AI. And anybody who watches my channel knows that I have talked about what what this president is doing for the billionaire class and how fucking stupid it is to invest all of our riches, all of our tax dollars to billionaires who are creating something that they in turn will eliminate our jobs for. So for let me divert a little bit. So for a stupid bitch who's looking for attention to say that Ronnie Q needs to use AI or something and this and I can't, bitch, you don't watch Ronnie Q. That right there tells me you don't watch Ronnie Q, you stupid hoe. What you wanted to do is you wanted some attention, bitch. So if you want some attention about Ronnie Q, what the fuck you going over there to a place Ronnie Q don't go? What the fuck? Does that motherfucker share Ronnie Q out? So why you hopping up on a channel because it has I don't know how many people, so you can be seen talking about Ronnie Q, bitch. It seems like Ronnie Q hurt your feelings, ho. That seems like to be the problem with Ronnie Q, bitch. You going over there to a motherfucker who let you talk about Ronnie Q, but he won't let you talk about a bitch who talk about she drink piss, ho. So what's your deal with Ronnie Q? What's your deal with Ronnie Q, bitch? If you had your feelings out here, don't get mad when they get dragged out here. But you going over there talking about Ronnie Q. Do you see that motherfucker share me out? Do you see that motherfucker? Do you see any of them motherfuckers share me out? No, they divert you to other places, bitch. So talk about the places where they divert you to, bitch. Okay, what else? Okay, I think that's it. Minerals such as small part. Okay, uh, the changes have been made already. I misspoke. You are correct. Heavy crude. Yeah, I am heavily invested in AI stocks right now, but it will. Oh, I do believe the stock will collapse. I definitely believe the stock is going to collapse. I understand that that's the bubble, but what I'm saying is when the bubble break. Do you think that you are going to be able to get out of AI before the bubble breaks? Because you don't know the bubble break until all the people with the money on top take all their money out of AI. That's how you are going to discover the bubble. That's how you're going to discover it. The bubble is created for the billionaires who are keeping the bubble afloat right now, saying that they are investing 500 million, 100 billion in each other's company. They're doing a circle jerk, lying about the investment that they are making in each other's company. So that's the bubble right there. Correct. It's a game. Yeah, it's all a game. But your president wants you to believe that your economy is doing swell because of the stock market. The stock market is so great. You have to take profits as you go. I concur. That's the real tea. Yeah, that's the real tea. Okay, so let me let me go and check out what's happening now. What was I watching? I told my husband last night. I was like, do you know they have bombed Venezuela? But the thing about this bombing of Venezuela, that is so pathetic. What is so pathetic about them bombing Venezuela? So how would you feel if a country decided to bomb the United States based on lies and bullshit? How would you feel? Because none of this has been taken to the Congress or approved by Congress. You know, the things that the United States used to demand before we go into a country. None of this has been approved by Congress. So, what's the fuck is going on in the United States? That's the biggest part of this that should scare you about how this man is moving. So let me his let me see if his press conference. No, he hasn't started his press conference. I definitely want to check out this press conference. Let me see. She's always good for something. Hold on one second. Let me share this with you. The links will be in my description box as I play the videos. They will be in my description box. Not that link. Wrong link. I apologize. I shared the wrong link with you. Here we go.
Captured Maduro and his wife today. They were picked up from Caracas, which is the capital of Venezuela. They will now stand trial in the United States of America. It's an attack that has sent shockwaves across Latin America, a swift but intense attack, sort of like a smash and grab.
Oh my God. I hate when I do that.
First,
Here we
forget a
go.
moral high ground. They don't have any ground left to stand on. Even within the region, the picked up from Caracas, which is the capital of Venezuela. They will now stand trial in the United States of America. It's an attack that has sent shockwaves across Latin America, a swift but intense attack, sort of like a smash and grab. First, let's look at how the day unfolded. Explosions were heard at around 2 a.m. in Caracas. Soon, plumes of smoke began rising. Two main targets were hit in the Venezuelan capital. One was La Carlota, which is an airfield. The other was Fuerte Tiuna, which is the city's main military base. Take a look at this.
Amor. Ay, no. Mira eso.
We don't have the official list of targets yet, but Venezuela's ally Colombia did publish a list. They say the following sites were also hit: Venezuela's parliament, the presidential palace, a nearby base with F-16 jets, and the El Atillo airport. After these strikes, parts of Caracas plunged into darkness. Videos show some of the targets still smoldering. They also show US military aircraft in the air. Experts say at least a dozen choppers would have been used. You can see them swoop over Caracas. Take a look at this.
Mamá huevo, qué locura. Mocaí, Mocaí. Mira esa mierda, explotaron allá toda esa mierda porque tú no estás explotando.
Now, Venezuela does have air defenses. They have the Russian S-300 systems. They also have shoulder-mounted projectiles. So how did these American aircraft get so close? Maybe the Venezuelan systems were disabled by the initial American strikes. Maybe they were caught off guard. Whatever the reason, there was little resistance. The US president says one helicopter was hit but managed to fly back. Plus, some soldiers were injured. No fatalities, no assets lost. Then after a while, things went silent. No more explosions, no more low-flying helicopters. in this time, we got the first reaction from Venezuela. They condemned the US military strikes. They also asked people to mobilize on the streets in protest. And still, Washington was silent. There was no official word on this operation from the United States. It was President Trump who broke that silence. He posted a social media message at around 4:30 a.m. Washington time. That's 5:30 a.m. in Caracas. So around 3.5 hours after the explosions, and here's what Trump wrote. I'm quoting, "The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement." So the United States captured Maduro and his wife, and they flew him out of Venezuela in the middle of the night. Reports say Trump greenlit this operation several days ago. First, he asked the CIA to locate Maduro. Normally, the president would live in his palace, but amid rising tensions, perhaps he was not living in the palace. Maybe he wanted to keep the United States guessing. Trump says Maduro was captured from a fortress. It's not clear if this was the place or some other location. Either way, the US found out where he was. And once Maduro was located, the US Army stepped in, specifically the Delta Force. This is an elite wing of the US military. They specialize in secret high-risk operations, missions where high-value targets have to be captured or neutralized. The same Delta Force was used in 2019 as well. They neutralized then ISIS chief Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi in Syria. So the Delta Force went in, they captured Nicolas Maduro and his wife, and they flew them out. US media reports say they were dragged out of their bed, and President Trump was watching it live.
I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. And if you would have seen the speed, the violence, we watched every aspect of it.
Trump is expected to brief the media shortly. Maybe that will give us more clarity on what happened and what is the status now. Meanwhile, his vice president has also released a statement. This is what J.D. Vance is saying. I'm quoting again. "The president offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process. The drug trafficking must stop and the stolen oil must be returned to the United States." Now, this is quite interesting. J.D. Vance is stating two objectives of the US mission. First is to end the drug trade. The second is to return the so-called stolen oil. Will Maduro's capture ensure? What will the Americans do? That's the big question to watch out for. In the meantime, here's what we know. This was not a large-scale attack like Trump claimed. It appears to be targeted and limited. Illegal, yes, but limited. And frankly, it's been brewing for a while now. Maduro had been charged by a US court back in 2020. He faced accusations of narco-terrorism, drug terrorism. The US also put a $25 million bounty on his capture. Of course, this was more symbolic than serious. No one expected Maduro to be arrested. But then came Donald Trump. He doubled the bounty to $50 million. He also listed some Latin American crime and drug gangs as terrorists, something that had never been done before. And by August 2025, he began building up the military. More US warships and fighter planes were moved to the Caribbean. Then in September, the action began. The US attacked what it called drug boats in the region. There were more than 30 strikes and more than 100 deaths. And amid these strikes, the United States tried to arrest Nicolas Maduro once. They attempted to bribe his pilot. This happened in October. The Americans tried to bribe Maduro's pilot. Basically, they wanted the pilot to fly Maduro into US hands. That plan did not work out. Then in late December, the US escalated again. They went from attacking boats to striking mainland Venezuela. A port allegedly linked to drugs was also hit. And days later, this operation happened. So it's been a gradual escalation by the Americans, an escalation that culminated in Nicolas Maduro's arrest. As the night ended, the impact of the strikes, the American strikes, became clear. You could see the debris spread around the military base in Caracas, but as of now, no casualties have been reported. As for the military situation, it is hard to say what's going on. There is no indication that the US soldiers are still in Venezuela. So as things stand, this is not an invasion. This was more like a smash and grab regime change attack. And it's something the regime is still trying to resist. Some of Maduro's ministers have hit the streets. They're trying to reassure their people.
What the fuck are they going to charge him with? What the fuck is this administration is going to charge him with? After the Jack Smith indictment and the Jack Smith whole sitting before Congress, it's telling you that this man tried the exact same thing in the United States. So they brought him to New York to charge him for what? And how does this affect you and how you live your life? I wonder. He stole an election for a country that we did no trading with or anything because he wanted to steal their oil. So, but he just let off someone who bought over 400 tons of drugs to the United States. He pardoned him and let him go. So what does that tell you? That this is some bullshit. If it doesn't tell you that this is some bullshit, he doesn't give a fuck. He wants to have the billionaire to access and steal their oil. He's already told you in his first term that they should go over there and take all the oil. Okay. So, full stop. If this man is doing this boldly all across the country, and he is not making sure that American citizens have health care. To the contrary, he is the reason that he's pulling your health care away. Exactly what do you think that he will do to you? Exactly why do you think that all of these warehouses are being set up to hold detainees? They're sending the people who are here undocumented. They're sending them back home or to Africa and to prisons and stuff. So why are they procuring all of these warehouses to hold people? But people don't want to look at that. They want to go on telephone calls and talk about they can't understand me. Yeah, because stupid bitches can't understand what's going on. Stupid motherfuckers who don't pay attention, who wants to be embroiled with bullshit all day. You can't understand what's going on. Um, Very Carey had somebody on her channel the other day. Now, I showed up late, but of course I redballed it back and I listened to it. No, sweetheart, Ronnie Q is not hurt at all. Ronnie Q has moved on. Ronnie Q has moved on because at the point where I am not a doxer, at the point where I who am not a doxer, who talks about what is presented on YouTube, stupid bitches try to set up a doxing campaign on Ronnie Q. I'm done. I'm done with dumb bitches and dumb shit. But it seems like Ronnie Q hurt many of feelings. But they expressed to you what Ronnie Q did? No, they just told you a bunch of bullshit. What they told you was a bunch of bullshit. Would you be hurt by any of these things? No, you wouldn't be hurt by any of these things. Ronnie Q's done. Ronnie Q's dumb playing stupid games with stupid bitches. I'm not hurt at all. I've moved on. Let's be real clear about it. So take your hurt asses over there and take your heavy lisping asses over there and give a Google $10 to give King Roman News $10 to say that Ronnie needs a speech pathologist because you're upset that Ronnie Q exposed you and you're lying, trying to pretend like you're better than everybody in the beef sector, yet you're vacationing with the worst of the beef sector. Make that make sense. And you should have taken that $20 to have that bitch you was smashing to quit going on channels begging for money. The bitch sat up there and is so enamored with you that she begged to be on a trip with you. Beg a drunk to be on a trip with you. That is so unflattering for the elite to be doing. That is so unflattering for a bitch to have no pride, no shame, but to beg a drunkard to allow her to go on a trip to be in your presence. Shell, you should have took that $20, bought that nappy-headed bitch a pressing gone. Maybe she could have blended in that 2 tablespoons of hair into that 30-inch weave that she decided to sew on her nappy head and didn't know how to style her leave out. Your money would have been better spent there. Your money really would have been better spent getting your own speech pathologist, you heavy-tongued bitch. You're mad because you sat up here and pretended like you are somebody so important in AI when there are no jobs in AI. You motherfuckers sit up here and applaud your own demise. You applaud your own demise as if you're programming AI. It's good to get into coding because the coding is a necessary thing, and I prompt AI and I do different. You don't do a goddamn thing. Why would someone want an ignorant ass nigga to be prompting anything? You're so stupid that you didn't know that AI is the ultimate method of AI prompts is self-prompting, is self-learning. Nobody needs a broke down ex basketball player that's fucking a nappy headed fake ass bitch who's sitting up on the B sector of YouTube begging for money like a grubby little rat, and you're mad about it. But this is what you put on YouTube. But you're mad. Go sit your ass down somewhere with all of this fake bullshit. See, you impress people who are looking for something impressive in the B sector of YouTube. You're not fooling everybody with that fake ass bullshit. I digress. Let's see if 45, 47. No, he still hasn't started talking. Let's get back into this.
From this beautiful people, I ask people to stay calm. Trust in our leadership, trust in our military and political leaders during the situation we are facing. Calm, no one should fall into despair, no one should make things easier to our invading enemy.
History shows regime changes do not work. Not in Latin America, not in West Asia, not anywhere in the world. Nonetheless, this is the decision that Donald Trump has made. The question is, will Maduro's capture end his regime, or will it somehow survive? So Maduro is out. The US military has captured him and flown.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, correct, Kimberly. We need the oil contract from Venezuela. Maduro was aligned with BRICS agreement, not dealing with USD. That hurts US. Um, so a sovereign country cannot decide to put their money wherever they want to. Is that what you're saying? What is the US doing to help the US? What is the U.S. doing with the G20 to help the U.S.? Nothing. Nobody has to be the end all be all to the U.S. What is the U.S. doing for anybody else? As they cut off USA, as they cut off all aid, a drop in the bucket, and turn around and give their family members and these billionaires 10 times what they spent in aid. Aid to spread good wealth and good favor to the United States. But they told you that was waste, fraud, and abuse. So why does the U.S. need this oil so badly? The U.S. needs this oil so badly is because this idiot 4547 cut off green energy initiatives that were sprouting up and that were flourishing in the U.S. A cheaper way to get energy to who? The American people. But he cut all of that off. So we need this gas to further enrich billionaires. Is that what you're saying? Is do you think I give a fuck about an oil contract when the oil footprint is ruining the environment? What are you talking about? America first. When has America been first? When has America been first under this administration? I think there was a little bit too much of watching what Israel was doing in Palestine. This is what this reminds me of. There is nothing American first about this president. If it's American first, why are all of these deals being made? Why if it's America first? Why are so many people allowed to give this president money in his crypto accounts, and you don't know who he's being influenced by? If it's America first, why is this president and his family going over all in the Middle East, making deals to build all of these high rise and all of this stuff in America is falling apart if it's America first? If you don't get the fuck out of my face with this dumb shit, ain't nothing America first. It's billionaires first. And if it's America first, why are they building all of these data centers all across America? That's the most thing that they're building in America is things to collect the information on everybody and trying to get a foot in where they can collect data on everyone across the world. All America getting first is the pollution that comes out of these data centers. All America is getting first is the increase in your electric and water bill to be able to keep these data centers that use plenty of electricity and plenty of water, and they're plugging in right to the Americans first water system and electric grid. That's the only thing that's America first. And they're polluting your air, and their data centers are making it hum for miles around, where Americans can't get any peace first. Where's America first at? Where is America first at? And they got you paying the water bill and electricity bill so billionaires can collect all of your data. Do you what do you think they want your data for? If you're not familiar with the NS PM7, they want your data to predict what you're going to do, predict things like what crimes you're going to commit. If you don't know why they want your data, you don't even know why they want your data. I suggest you look up the NSPM7, and you'll understand why they want your data. But can you tell me, if it's America first, what are all these warehouses to house people for in America first? That's the best thing that they can create. Uh, Private owned warehouses to warehouse people in the United States. But you don't see that. There's nothing. There's nothing America. Okay. I thought you were one of the crazy ones. Okay, so let's see if this press conference. No, the press conference hasn't started. So let's get back into this.
Thrown him out of the country. No one knows where he is at the moment. Venezuela is demanding proof of life. They want proof that President Maduro is alive. Venezuela is also grappling with a power vacuum. With the president removed, who is in charge of the country? Who takes over the reins? Trump says the US will be involved in that decision. Listen to what he said.
We can't take a chance of letting somebody else run it and just take over what Maduro left off. So we're making that decision now. We'll be involved in it very much.
So Trump says the US is calling the shots. They won't just let anyone take over. But right now, there are three scenarios that could play out. First, of course, is the constitutional path. Venezuela's constitution has something called Article 233. It says if the president is in absolute absence, if the president is gone, then the vice president steps in. The VP becomes the temporary leader. Right now, that person is Delcy Rodriguez, which means technically she is now in charge. The rule book says she has to call for an election within 30 days, and whoever wins that election gets a full 6-year term as president. That's what the Constitution says. But things are not so cut and dry. And for the vice president, the most pressing question right now seems to be the status of Maduro. Listen to this.
In the face of this brutal situation and in the face of this brutal attack, we have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Celia.
Okay, let's go over. I was watching to see when this numbnuts was going to take the podium. It appears like the press conference is about to start. No real press here. I don't know. Oh, a lot of young Charlie Kirk inspired YouTubers here to ask non-question questions, as you see in the front row. I do see one mature press woman there. A whole bunch of young right-wing zealots are here to ask questions. Let's see if we get any good questions. Let's see if he even answers any question. It's kind of early for him. They say he usually starts his day at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so forgive him. And this is the man who's going to create this great ballroom. Would you look at this carpet? Look like he got this carpet like Jay Wilson got his furniture from a hotel sellout retailer that sold old Las Vegas casino carpet. You know, they buy that carpet so they don't have to clean it as much. So you gonna notice the stains in it all. I would never sit on the floor on that dingy, dirty looking carpet. Remember, we're at Mar-a-Lago. With the homemade do-it-yourself party curtains hanging in the background. You can get that set up for about about $120. The poles to hang the curtains up, to have an event in your backyard and everything. This is the person who's building the grand ballroom. Is that a piece of trash sitting over there by the flower pot? What is that on the floor? Is that trash? I don't know. The grand ballroom creator. Look before you. Shall I tell you? Trump Lake, Michigan. Let me check that out. Oh, I talked about that. I've already talked about that. The Lake Michigan story is the one Epstein accuser who said she was essayed by her uncle and Jeffrey Epstein at the same time. She was taken out on a yacht in on Lake Michigan, and they threw her. They somehow got a baby out of her body and threw the baby in Lake Michigan. And 4547 was allegedly on the boat when all of this happened as well. Crazy, crazy accusations. I'm not saying that they are crazy. Some crazy shit has been accused of these people. And let's not forget that Marjorie Taylor Greene said that 4547 got hoarse, yelling and screaming at her over her intercom, where everyone in her office heard him say, according to Marjorie Taylor Greene, that you got to take your name off of that petition. You're gonna get a lot of my friends hurt. You know, the redactions that have been made to the Epstein files, that not they have actually left one of the victims' names in the file, and she had to alert the DOJ that you didn't redact my name because they were too busy redacting 4547's friends that he said would get hurt if they had to bring out all these files. You know, all of these files that they said that they had gone through and gone over, and now that they were released, they had to go through them and go over and over them again. And now that the release date has come and gone, come to find out that there are over 5 million more documents that they were trying to hide. Huh? They pretend like New York just sent them 1 million documents when it comes out to be 5 million documents, and New York had been released these documents years ago to the Department of Justice prior to this administration coming on, and they telling you, oh, New York, they found more files. What New York looking for files for? New York already sent you all the files. Okay. I'll keep an eye on this. Let me go back to our prior news story. You'd think he'd be on time, but I guess not. I guess they're still possibly taping his piss bag to his leg, or putting the makeup on his face and hands. Let's go back. I'll keep an eye on that for you.
Flores. We demand from the Donald Trump government immediate proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady.
So they know that the US captured him, but they have no idea about his whereabouts or his condition. Meanwhile, Delcy Rodriguez has not taken charge yet. She's not even talked about it. Then there's Venezuela's defense minister. His name is Vladimir Padrino Lopez. He has called the US attack an invasion, and he has rejected foreign military presence in his country.
The free, independent and sovereign Venezuela rejects with all its strength the presence of these foreign troops that have left death, pain, and destruction in their path. To re-establish order and peace, we will activate throughout all the geographical national space. With perfect popular, military, and policing fusion, we have placed in operation massive deployment of all the terrestrial, aerial, naval, river, and missile armed systems for defense.
So are we then looking at a military takeover in Venezuela? At this point, the military is the most armed and the most organized institution in the country. And if they believe a political transition would be chaotic, they may step in, maybe as the interim power brokers, and it wouldn't be new to this region. Latin American politics has seen many military-led transitions, sometimes short, sometimes longer than expected. But apart from...
Let's be clear. It is speculated that the same Blackwater, they've changed their name, Eric Prince, who took over Afghanistan and made sure he robbed it of all its riches and ruined it and left. These same mercenaries will be in charge of Venezuela. They have a new position for Eric Prince, it is being reported. That Eric Prince. Yes, Eric Prince, the brother of Betsy DeVos, his prior Department of Education secretary.
Maduro's ministers and military, there's also a third player in this game, and that is the Venezuelan opposition, or whatever is left of them. The opposition is fractured, but they're all backing one candidate, Edmundo González Urrutia. They say he is the legitimate president, but Edmundo is not in Caracas right now. He is in exile in Spain. And he's not some political novice. This man is a former ambassador, a negotiator, a political figure with international support. And the opposition is rallying behind him. One of his backers is Maria Corina Machado. If the name sounds familiar, it's because she won the Nobel Peace Prize this year. She is one of the biggest voices of the Venezuelan opposition. And Donald Trump likes her. After all, she dedicated her Peace Prize to Trump. Last month, Machado was in Oslo to receive her Nobel. And she spoke to the press there. This is what she said.
I would say to all citizens of the world in this hour, and I assure you that I am very hopeful Venezuela will be free. And we will turn a country into a beacon of hope, an opportunity of democracy.
Okay, of course, 4547 had to go on state-run media, Fox News. He has given a unhinged interview and said this is about the oil in Venezuela. Let me share this with you. Let's get into this.
And their oil industry, and Donald Trump says we're going to be strongly involved now in the Venezuelan oil industry. Here, play this clip.
The countries that negotiate with Venezuela for that illegal oil are already starting to suffer. What do you see as the future of Venezuela's oil industry?
Well, I see that we're going to be very strongly involved in it. That's all. I mean, what can I say? We have the greatest oil companies in the world, the biggest, the greatest, and we're going to be very much involved in it. We can't do something like this, and we're prepared. You know, we were prepared to do a second wave. We were all set, and this was so lethal, this was so powerful that we didn't have to, but we're prepared. We're out there with an armada like nobody's ever seen before, and we're prepared, and frankly, probably thought we were going to have to do it. But we were prepared for a second wave going in.
And when Donald Trump is asked about the Chinese envoys who were in Venezuela, apparently at the time this raid was conducted, this invasion was conducted, Donald Trump says they're not going to be a problem. They'll get oil. Here, play this clip.
Mr. President, what do you make of the fact that just hours before the airstrike, there was a Chinese delegation meeting with Nicolas Maduro, and we have yet to hear from China, any sort of comment on the attacks?
I know nothing about that, but I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and there's not going to be a problem. And they're going to get oil. We're going to allow people to have oil. But we can't take a chance after having done this incredible thing last night.
You get oil. You get oil. It's not going to be a problem. I am just so tired. Fucking snakes all around. I am just so tired as well. It's not gonna be a problem. I have such a good relationship with Chi. Chi, who you were trying to put 150% tariffs on. This man is going to now understand that all of this that he's talking about is illegal. And he has purged his press corps, so you more than likely will get no hard questions. Of course, you were going to get no pushback at a state-sponsored media, Fox News. So understand, this man has put a target, in my opinion, on the United States' back. Let's continue with this fool.
Of letting somebody else get oil, we're going to allow people to have oil. But we can't take a chance after having done this incredible thing last night of letting somebody else take over, where we have to do it again. We can do it again, too. Nobody can stop us. There's
Nobody can stop us. We did a wonderful thing. We're going to give them oil. Understand, he's talking about him giving away the riches of a sovereign nation. Let that sink in. And we're going to give it away to whom? To whomever we choose to, or not. The arrogance, the absolute ignorance and arrogance of this man is going to get a lot of people hurt.
has the capability that we have. And letting somebody else take over, where we have to do it again. We can do it again, too. Nobody can stop us. There's nobody that has the capability that we have. You know, when I watch that war in Russia going on and on and on, and everybody dying, and it's like it's primitive. It's primitive. It's horrible.
Could you tell us, Mr. President?
I'll play you some clips in a little bit as well, where Donald Trump threatens Mexico and says Mexico may be next. But here, Donald Trump describes the invasion of Venezuela as being like a TV show, he says. He goes, I watched it like I would watch a TV show, and it was amazing. The speed, the violence. Here's what he says. Here, play this clip.
So you've had quite a busy evening. Tell us about it.
It was slightly busy, I would say. It was very dark all over, especially in Venezuela. The team did an incredible job. They rehearsed and practiced like nobody's ever seen. And I was told by real military people, that there's no other country on earth that could do such a maneuver. If you would have seen what happened, I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. And if you would have seen the speed, the violence, you know, they say that, the speed, the violence, they use that term. It's it was an amazing thing, an amazing job that these.
He claims that no Americans were killed in this operation, although he says Americans were injured. He believes a few guys were hit, and he believes maybe a helicopter was hit as well. Here, play this clip right here.
You know, that we had nobody killed was amazing. I think we had nobody killed, I have to say, because a couple of guys were hit, but they came back and they're supposed to be in pretty good shape. But
okay, I'm gonna pause it there because Numbnuts has taken the podium. Let's see what he has to say to you. We'll go back to that. Here we go. Here we go.
extraordinary. And early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, there's some other good ones like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. All perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. You would have seen what I saw last night. You would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. And many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. I think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time.
He has proven no drugs, no weapons of mass destruction that he's calling fentanyl.
as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper.
You're not running your own country. You're running your own country in the ground. We, the oligarchs, are going to run this Venezuela, like the oligarchs has run the United States in the ground.
And judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela. And that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland.
Many of the Venezuelan that you call scum, the worst of the worst that they were sending to the country from Venezuela, now they're great people. Notice that? You notice that bullshit?
We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind.
Oh, and you did.
Decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay.
And that little rat right behind him, Marco Rubio, he is the brainchild of this. Marco Rubio. And I hope when they get done with them, they will never see the light of day. I hope they put him with the what is the guy from Nicaragua who is in that Colorado Supermax prison. I hope this is where these people wind up.
Until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it essentially until such time as a proper transition can take place.
We're going to run a whole nother country. And look at this country. Look at the economy in this country. As he let billionaires rob this country of jobs and of future jobs. And
as everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping.
And it has what to do with how does that change my life?
We have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure. And
so you mean the billionaires are going to fix the infrastructure, or are you going to give the billionaires the money to fix the infrastructure and they just are going to profit off of this? Get the fuck out of my face. You will hear how we had to go in to fix the infrastructure in Venezuela real quickly.
Start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave. Actually.
This country has gone to hell.
But we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do.
With a bunch of idiots.
Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore.
So you're going to go in and take all their oil and rare earth minerals.
Criminal network responsible. Happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, many, many Americans, hundreds.
Understand that marijuana has been washing up on shores and dead bodies in marijuana. No fentanyl, no cocaine. He just let the a person who bought 400 tons of cocaine into the United States, who was over a criminal uh, a criminal cartel. He just pardoned him.
Thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship. They'll be heading to ultimately New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida.
He wants to get them in Florida because he wants Judge Eileen Cannon to be over them. I'm pretty sure Letitia James will not find cause to charge them on anything. But because this is not our call, there is no proof about any of these illicit alleged drugs. Now, Letitia James is over the Southern District of New York. How you think that's going to work out if they try to bring it to her? That's why he said, or Florida. Be clear.
But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have.
I hope when they bring this up, if they try to bring this up in New York, I hope they bring charges on him. I hope they bring charges on him for putting this trumped up bullshit in front of the case and overthrowing a sovereign nation. I hope he is the one who's put on trial for this.
It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region.
When that happened?
In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs.
When did Maduro threaten America and American people? Exactly when did any of that happen? But this is such trumped up, dumb bullshit to enrich billionaires. This is what this country has come down to. I spoke to you about the sphere of influence, where 4547 thinks that he can do whatever he wants to other nations in this sphere of influence. South America, the Caribbeans.
Inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And
all of those, which are they? Are they savages that they sent to America, or are they very great people? I told you, it's bullshit.
Did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people that they call police. They were brutal. They're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our National Guard. There's a job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly. And now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat. But we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. It's amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now. And crime is down. It just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana, and we have done that. It was a rough section, and we have crime down.
Was it a nice section or was it a rough section? You just dog whistle New Orleans, a black area of Louisiana, but all areas of Louisiana is black because Louisiana is mostly black. Did you hear the dog? A very great part, but it was a very rough section. Dog whistling about black people. What do you think these warehouses are for? Let's continue.
I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing. And we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster. But it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on.
Chaba.
Head of the police department made a statement.
You got thrown out of Los Angeles. You're not allowed to go in to Portland, and you got thrown out of Chicago. The National Guards, Chicago, Los Angeles, and Portland. You pulled out of all of those states. Let's be clear.
That if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles.
Bullshit.
Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay.
Because it didn't happen. How are you going to get credit for something that didn't happen?
But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's on.
You've already pulled out. You had to pull out. Washington, D.C. is the only place that you can stay in. And the reason why you're in Nashville and Louisiana, because these Republican governors wanted to make it seem like you were being effective. So they decided to bring you to the cities where the black population is. Because every other sane governor threw you out of their state. That's what happened. And that is what is happening.
Nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people. And now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst, they say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails.
But didn't he just say even the fabulous Venezuelans who are here in America, and now we get back to his campaign talking points. They brought people from mental institutions and insane asylums to the United States. But didn't I just tell you when he was lying that even there were great people, Venezuelans in the United States? Which one is it, bitch?
The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions.
You need to find out.
Jails, prisons.
We need you to do a case study to be sure.
They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where
they sent everybody bad into the United States. But you heard him earlier say even the great people, Venezuelan people in the United States are going to be very happy. Did you not hear him say that? If you don't know this is bullshit, I don't know what to tell you. But this is some straight up diabolical bullshit to enrich the already billionaire class. And who's going to pay for it? The American people.
Nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally have kingpins. They send everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. We did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people and drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore.
He got the nerves to talk about American foreign policy as he has illegally invaded a sovereign nation without even having a conversation, much less a vote from Congress. As he did this illegal action, remember who he spent last weekend with? Netanyahu. So these people think that they can do whatever they want to whomever they want. And how does that you think that's going to impact you? And let's not forget, he still is saber rattling strikes on Iran. How do you think that's going to affect you as an American? You think these people are just going to let this man attack a fucking idiot, just attack because of greed and wealth, and a Supreme Court who has allowed him to do all of this illegal shit under their shadow docket, where they approve 90 something percent of what this madman wanted? They all need to be. They all need to go before some type of court.
More. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded.
Well, he wants to talk about all of these treaties and doctrines and U.S. Law, but he doesn't want to talk about the laws that he's breaking. He doesn't want to talk about any of that. He's trying to make put some legal ease in behind talking about the goddamn Monroe Doctrine. What does that have to do with you invading a sovereign country? Nothing.
It by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Doctrine. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. It won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. just like tariffs they made our country rich, and they've made our national security strong, stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power, and we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders, we will stop the terrorists, we will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuela.
As he has threatened the sovereignty of Venezuela. What is the Monroe Doctrine? The Monroe Doctrine is says that the United States foreign policy position that opposes European colonism in the Western Hemisphere. This sphere of influence. This is what the Monroe Doctrine is speaking about. The Monroe Doctrine was first introduced in 1832 by President James Monroe. Um, his seventh annual State of the Union to Congress, although it was not named after him until 1850. At the time, nearly all Spanish colonies in the Americas had either achieved or were close to independence. Monroe asserted that the New World and the Old World were to remain distinctly separate spheres of influence. Did I how many times have I talked to you about the spheres of influence? And thus further efforts by European powers to control or influence sovereign states in the region would be viewed as a threat to U.S. security. In turn, the United States would recognize and not interfere with existing European colonies nor meddle in the internal affairs of European countries. That's the Monroe Doctrine. I told you that this president is trying to uh, recoup this idea about the sphere of influence. And he's quoting the Monroe Doctrine when he is an invader of someone in this alleged sphere of influence that he's trying to take up. Make any of this make sense? Invoking the Monroe Doctrine. That's what that is. Let me catch up.
Well remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen.
What did they do to us? They did absolutely nothing to us. You can't even say anything that they have done to America. It's bullshit.
The Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's fantastic. Man, I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like.
Look at all of these simps. Raising Cain over here with this folder in his hand. A unqualified simp that knows what they did was wrong. At least Halsey, who was over that region, the admiral of the Black Admiral Halsey, who when Keg Breath started striking those boats, he left. He retired. After 1 year in his 3-year term, a 4-star admiral said, "You will not get me caught up in this bullshit." But Raising Cain, the 3-star general who took the place of the fired 4-star general, another black man, who was over the Joint Chief of Staffs, who keg breath fired, to put into his place this 3-star general who about 2 months ago finally got up finally got updated in his qualifications to take a job that he was not qualified for. But this is Keg Breath who bemoaned DEI, so he fired a 4-star general and replaced him with this 3-star general that up until recently just got all of the qualifications to have the job that they fired the 4-star general based on alleged DEI shit. Make this administration make sense. All of them look like they about to shit their pants because they know what they did was illegal.
With some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Let's play a drinking game. How many times are you going to hear the word lethality as he take his notes out of his pocket? He can't speak on the cuff. He needs his teleprompter and his. How many times are we going to hear warfighter and lethality? Drinking game. Don't get too fucked up. Y'all gonna get alcohol poisoning.
How the U.S. will run Venezuela? Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. As the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior.
It was a crime.
I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership.
No other president would do something this illegal. You are correct, stupid.
And resolve, the most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination.
We can project our will anywhere, anytime, no matter if it's legal or not.
The stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American
Drink,
all
lethality.
In the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country.
How many times are you going to appropriate the term FAFO? You are fucking around, and I hope you quickly find out.
Serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American.
Exactly how was the oil stolen from them when the oil is coming out of the ground of their land? How was the oil stolen from United States? Can somebody explain that to me? He's talking about they're getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And how? How so?
Deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. Drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first.
This is America first. How is this going to help the American people? How is this going to help the American people prosper? Because billionaires, oil tycoons are going to have more money. How's that? Are you going to tax them more? No, you're not. How is that going to help the American people prosper? Why would the American people be excited about this criminality?
This is peace through strength, and the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026, and under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our Chairman Raising Cane, to give a few more details about the operation.
So you said absolutely nothing. You said absolutely nothing, but a reshuffling of the words that you have because you have absolutely nothing to say because you're a fucking dimwit.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd, and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk through some of the preparation and without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise, it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise, and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel, so as the President said, they could be brought to justice. And as the President said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the President to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low clouds, ceilings, but when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the President ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49. and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up.
Excuse me, but I really had to stop right there. He said that they are invading another nation and they came under fire and they gave rapid fire in self-defense. He called it self-defense. Isn't it marvelous what you can call self-defense now? But you try robbing someone's house and you go in there shooting and they shoot back and you call it self-defense. Try that. Try that. I just had to stop it there. Let's continue. I'm totally disgusted. It is so embarrassing that these people think that they can sit up here and say the dumbest shit in the world.
And were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both
Remotely powered aircraft, drones. The big business that AI is trying to perfect, that Peter Thiel has perfected, drones.
Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He's not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognize him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries.
And 4547 is not recognized as the winner of the 2020 election, but he still keep on saying it at every chance he get. So where's the crime? Who's going to indict him on a crime when the man behind you says that he won the 2020 election, bitch? Where's the crime that this motherfucker is going to indict him on it? He just said that last week at that little rally where he was supposed to talk about affordability, and he's talking about how he was robbed of the election. How about Tina Peters of Colorado, who he is trying to get put into a federal jail cell, a federal prison, so he can pardon her. Who is Tina Peters? She was over the state of Colorado's election and hired someone to do some data work in the computers, and gave him the day off and told him to bring his badge in, and gave his badge to some other man to try to go into the voting machines and change the votes. And he is talking about what a great woman she is. And it was just ruled last week that she will not be going to a federal prison. Are you fucking kidding me? These people think we're crazy. I guess some of us are crazy. Some of us know none of this. Some of us know absolutely none of this. They're talking about he's an illegitimate president. What they got to do with the American people and how they live their lives? Absolutely nothing. But what does their oil have to do with the American billionaire? If you have a fool that's going to get a cut, and he is willing to go in there and take our fucking tax dollars to make billionaires that much more richer. I understand why they think that the American people are stupid, because so many American people concentrate on stupid shit. Let this fool finish. This is the mastermind behind all of this, while he doesn't have much to say.
Countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And yeah, exactly. But but I want to be clear.
And I'm pretty sure it will go in your personal bank account as well.
About one thing, Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers.
Well, since I was the one who gave the word to strike Maduro, I guess the $50 million belong to me, but I'm going to donate it to the ballroom.
And chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like...
For example, when did he choose to act like a wild man? When did he choose to act like a wild man? Nicolas Maduro already told them that they could come in and they could take the oil. And 4547 said, no, I don't want to do that. He wanted the whole nation because they wanted the rare earth minerals as well. And they didn't want anyone to tell them what they could have and what they could not have. Now, Marco Rubio said that he decided to act like a madman. But Marco Rubio is not going to tell you that. And if you're not paying attention, you will sit up and believe this propaganda that is coming out of their mouths because you're not in tune to what's really going on in the world around you. And that's how people get caught up in bullshit and propaganda. And let me say this. I'll wait.
Play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when he tells you he's going to address a problem,
So he can't bring Iran. He can't negotiate with who the fuck ever he wants to negotiate. But you guys can have Benjamin Netanyahu sitting in the White House 2 or 3 times within this calendar year, within last calendar year. But nobody's saying anything about who and you can deal with as a sovereign nation. This is bullshit.
means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States. And the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy. But instead, he wanted to play big boy. So now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think that the message here should be for the world. But the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Mr. President. Mr. President. You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but it's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President.
Does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to.
So there'll be American boots on the ground. Our American soldiers are going to be the new police force for Venezuela to protect the oil magnates as they go in and steal the oil and the rare earth minerals from Venezuela. Why isn't anybody talking about that? Now, who is paying these soldiers? You and your tax dollars are paying these soldiers. Now, he wants you to believe that the billionaires are going to do this, but he just told you you are going to be paying for the military to be on the ground to protect these greedy billionaires as they steal oil from a sovereign nation. Let's be real clear. A sovereign nation has the right to throw whomever out of their country that they choose to throw out. Kind of like 45-47 is throwing out all immigrants out of this country, all brown immigrants out of this country. So it is such a travesty that Venezuela decided to throw oil companies out of their country. France got thrown out of several. Burkina Faso. Um, excuse me if I can't find the word. A whole lot of countries in Africa. And France, why did they get thrown out? Because they had these one-sided deals where they were taking in $18 billion a year and giving the country where they were digging the wealth from $1 billion a year. So if you have a fucked up deal and you as a nation decided to say, oh no, you're not going to keep getting rich off of me, then what they're going to do, they're going to come back with the whole army and steal it. Let's be clear. Ugh, this is disgusting.
Make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it.
We're gonna reimburse people who have been taken advantage of. Now, the only people he has told you has been taken advantage of was the oil companies that had been kicked out. We're gonna take care of people who have been taken advantage of. So, would that be the Venezuelan people who you said were being treated so poorly? I'm sure they will not be taken care of. I'm positive those Venezuelan people that you said Maduro was treating so badly and all of this. No, 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 no. They're not going to be taken care of at all.
They stole we built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something.
We built that whole industry. We built that industry. You built that oil. Did you build that oil? You got a contract to go over there and get oil for profit. And when they threw you out, you figure that you built the industry. Did you get paid for that building that you did? Did you make profits way over the amount that it cost you to build the infrastructure for that? And how much of that building of the infrastructure did the American taxpayer have to pay? How many tax rebates and refunds and how much taxes was taken out and given by the United States government to these oil executives to go over to Venezuela? So are we getting a refund on this? I'm sure we're not. They stole oil and we built that industry. You ain't built the oil. You profited off of the oil far much more than you invested in the infrastructure to pull their oil out of the ground to profit billionaires. And you got rich doing it. This is some bullshit. Okay.
We're late. We built that whole very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. They stole we built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yep.
Mr. President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Mr. President,
that would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, you're not talking about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Be easy. Did you know we was oil hot? What's up, Be Easy?
Hey, what's up? Could you hear me?
I hear you well. What's going on? Did you see this bullshit?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. You wanna say something, or you wanna hold it till we get through this press conference? Let me know when you want to chime in.
Yeah, I'll chime in. As you pause the video.
I'm paused. We got Be Easy, that dude. If you're not familiar with his channel, go check him out. What do you think about this dumb shit?
These are the things that the MAGA maniacs should be revolting over. They should be outraged and incensed about. But they'll try to find a way to make it about, oh, he's just doing the bidding of Israel, right? Like, now there's a lot of things that you can blame AIPAC and Israel for, you know what I mean? But I mean, Trump is doing this because there's a bunch of wealthy oligarchs in his back. There's a bunch of defense contractors in his ear egging him on to do this, right? And
Right.
this is when they talk about the Greater Israel Project, I mean, what about the greatest U.S. imperialist project, right? Where they have to destabilize other nations. They have to do military coups. Then other people were saying, well, we're not the world's police. That's fine. Let's just say Maduro was this bad person. Let him run his country however he wants to do, right?
How does that impact us? Not at all.
And they try to frame it in a way that it does impact you. That's why they always talk about America's interests, right? To frame it in a way like, yeah, this affects you. It affects you in the terms of they have the largest oil reserves, and Trump is blatantly saying we're going to take over them. And then not only that, Nigeria is up there.
The second largest. And both of these countries have all of these rare earth minerals. The thing that they're not talking about, they are rich in Nigeria. Has that I forget what mineral it is that they have that will these tech guys can definitely use. No, it's not. It's another one. Yeah, but it's on the same vein as cobalt, and I'll pull it up. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So for all of the people that are talking about that they don't like, we don't want Big Brother, right? We want less government, right? They always say that until things like this happen, right? This is bloated, expanded government overreach, but they're trying to convince you he was selling drugs. Like, I mean, really? They're trying to say that he was some sort of narco, as if the U.S. doesn't have a hand. Like, they facilitate the drug trade. They allow the drug trade to go on. And this is what they try to do. They'll allow human trafficking to go on, allow drugs to come on. That's why they always whine about China. If they know that China is allegedly bringing in the most fentanyl, how are they able to just keep doing it, right? The Pentagon keeps failing budgets after budget. It's like, all right, nothing to see here, right? Go ahead.
Nothing to see. Go ahead. I'm echoing you.
Yeah, so all of the stuff that they're complaining about, they're not doing anything about it. They're saying that Maduro was supposedly this drug kingpin. And if that was the case, y'all let him operate for what, 20, 30 years and, you didn't have a concern? Most of the drugs they were complaining about are coming from Mexico. Why are they not invading and capturing the Mexican president? I mean, we all knew it's a woman, a Jewish woman at that. So Trump will go back and forth with her, right? There's more people. There's more. We're closer to the Mexican cartel than the Colombian cartel.
And now he had the audacity to designate fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. When fentanyl, the byproducts of fentanyl comes from China, usually goes through Mexico into America. But none of these countries are are impacted by him calling it a weapon of mass destruction and pretending as if it's coming from Venezuela. All of this is bullshit, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's called a weapon of mass distraction. So you distract yourself, and then you try to convince yourself that this is America first and he's doing it for the right thing. And then they try to say, oh, what, you want to defend Maduro? You defending a communist? What, you don't want drugs off the street, bro? Like they're turning it into that to reach and grasp for straws to justify what he was doing. This is a sovereign nation. And see, and this is what I don't like about the US exceptionalism and the hypocrisy, right? When you got some people that will say, death to America and all this other stuff, which I don't agree with, right? And they'll say, oh, okay, but they have a right to say that. So then we'll say this is the land of the milk and honey, freedom of speech. You can criticize, you can say all this stuff, right? So they'll want to equate someone burning a flag, which I don't agree with, and saying death to America, to Trump going over there and bombing and unaliving civilians, capturing people, like just running amok like this is the wild, wild west. That's somehow supposed to be less than someone burning a flag.
Burning the flag is also categorized under freedom of speech, as the Supreme Court has already ruled on.
Correct, but they're threatening to deport people if they burn the flag. And actually, with the
they were threatening 45, 47 threatened to arrest people for burning the flag. Just recently, when they were doing those protests, he threatened to arrest people. Now, you do know that they have a 800 number that the FBI is using, where anybody can report any American citizen that is doing something that seems to be anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, and anti uh, straight sex. If you seem like you are too involved, or you want gay rights or trans rights, they have an 800 number and they are trying to push this number out. I've read this part of this NSPM7. If you're anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, if you appear to be anti-American, they actually have an 800 number to report American citizens on this. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just it's extremely pathetic how idiotic his base has become. And it's not just his base, obviously, as Americans, if the ship is sinking, we're sinking with the ship, right? So I'm not taking any type of pride in saying this, because many people are getting into their political silos, right? And the Democratic elites, they kind of love what Trump is doing. They'll say, oh, they disagree with it, but and this is behind the Democratic circles, they kind of want him to mess it up as horrible, using us as political fodder. So when they run, they're really not running on anything other than, we got to get the orange man out of office. The orange man is bad. And some people
they see that didn't work with them with Harris. That didn't work.
Yeah, no, I agree. But the thing is, these are the elites that we're dealing with, right? So even if they lose, they're going to raise billions of dollars.
Money. And they get...
So they actually, for instance, Republicans, most times they get more money when a Democrat is in office. Remember, they're talking about Biden, open border this, the woke agenda this, DEI this, right? They raise a lot of money when they're also in power. So many of these political, pundits and actual politicians, many of them prefer to not be in power. because then they get to blame and say, look, I'm fighting for you, right? They can bring some resolution on the House floor that they know they ain't gonna pass, and they can say so and so was fighting for the little guy by bringing a bill that they knew they wasn't gonna pass, but they can still raise money. It's like, if y'all don't have me in the House, then there's no one to stand up to Donald Trump and his big bad DOJ. So donate to my campaign and keep me in office, And then on the
Let me tell you something. Right now, all of these people that we have in elected office, and it's crickets. It's crickets to all of this dumb shit. Why are they out here doing a press conference? Why are they not out here doing their jobs, putting up articles of impeachment for them and many people in this administration? The quietness is deafening.
and this goes for both sides, right?
That's what I'm saying.
And
I am definitely talking about both sides.
yeah, no, and I'm just expounding on what you're saying, and this is why. See, when we're looking at the MAGA maniacs, we have to expect this from them, right? We don't want this level of political incompetence, but we have to expect it. But meanwhile, on the flip side, the Democrats are supposed to be fighting for the people, right? And they always talk about global politics and how they're standing for people. And Biden signed 500,000 Venezuelans to have temporary protected status, which Trump lifted. So literally, they were acting as if they were investing into the humanity of Venezuela, right? Like they're all gang members, right? So where are the Democrats right now? All of they're doing, they're not even talking about the Venezuelans. They're not talking about the oil. They're not talking about the rare minerals. All they're saying is orange man bad, orange man bad. And that's supposed to just get you to say, oh my God, he's so bad. He's so horrible that you blindly vote Democrat. But they're not saying what they're going to do to reverse what he's done. They're not saying what they're going to do to combat him. All they're saying is he's bad. See, we told y'all, vote for us. You don't want another years of this. Y'all don't want JD Vance, right? So vote for us. But it's like, what are you doing different than JD Vance? Do you want
What are you doing to make sure that the American people have health care? And we can't do a public auction. We can't do that. Why can't you do that? If you can go over to Venezuela and do this for oligarchs, why can't you give the American people health care? How come they never have the money to give people for health care? Like when they were forgiving student loans. Oh, we don't have the money. We don't have the money, but you have the money to do any and everything else when you get nothing out of it. And the voters sit back and take this like, oh, well, they say we don't have the money, as you see what they have the money for, and you benefit nothing.
And they take it because they're able to dangle some cultural stuff over there. Like somebody was whining to me yesterday, like, why are you guys making everything about race? It's like, they use race to distract you. The reason why we don't have universal health care is because they made it about race. They said, if we give health care to everyone, that would mean those lowly blacks get it too. So there's the saying where what they say, shoot off your nose to spite your face.
Right.
Pretty much people did, like, the poor whites and just whites in general, everyone needs health care, but they're like, but the blacks are gonna do it. So it's like, we'll figure out another way, right? Anytime it's just to punish us, but you ultimately end up punishing yourself, right? When people try to want this police state because they think that they're gonna be locking up the blacks. And remember, Trump was whining, saying, and this is why black people love me because, because of the criminal justice system. It's been weaponized. But it's like,
yeah. Go ahead.
You acknowledge that the system was weaponized, but you're not going to do anything about it. And he's only saying that it was weaponized against him. But it's like,
he understands you. He understands you. Like, get the fuck out. Now let me play this right quick.
Imagine a country sitting on a fortune so vast it could reshape global markets and lift its people from hardship. What if I told you this nation was Venezuela, and this immense wealth has almost nothing to do with the oil that has defined its modern history? It is a startling thought, one that challenges everything we think we know about this troubled South American nation. Beyond the headlines of political turmoil and economic collapse lies a geological and ecological reality that is almost entirely overlooked. This is not a story about black gold, but about the glittering, powerful, and essential resources that lie dormant beneath the soil, within the forests, and deep in the surrounding seas. The world has long associated Venezuela with its colossal oil reserves, the largest on the planet. This single resource has been both a blessing and a curse, fueling decades of prosperity before contributing to a spectacular downfall. Yet, this singular focus has created a massive blind spot. The very same geological forces that created the oil also bless the land with a breathtaking diversity of other minerals. The country's vast, underexplored territories hold the potential for a second, more diversified resource boom. We are talking about the building blocks of the 21st century economy: smartphones, electric cars, green energy, and advanced manufacturing. Let us begin with the minerals that power our modern digital lives: rare earth elements. These 17 metallic elements, neodymium, dysprosium. They are not necessarily rare in the Earth's crust, but rarely found in concentrations high enough to make mining economical. They are absolutely essential for high-strength magnets, wind turbines, electric vehicle motors, phones, laptops. Venezuela's Guiana Shield, a massive ancient geological formation.
Now, 4547 recently started talking about magnets. I never heard of magnets. My son told me about magnets. I believe it's Donald Trump Jr. is in the business of these magnets that they will be using in big tech. And where is it most prosper is at? In Venezuela. Understand that there is something for him and his family in this as well.
In the south. Rocks there are prime candidates for hosting significant rare earth deposits. If confirmed, Venezuela could rival China. China currently dominates over 80% of the global supply. That would fundamentally alter the geopolitics of technology. The primary reason this potential remains untapped: immense logistical challenges and political instability. Exploring for rare earths requires sophisticated geological mapping, costly laboratory analysis, and substantial long-term investment, all of which have been scarce. The most promising areas are remote and lack roads and power, a silent missed opportunity for Venezuela and strained global supply chains. Gold has a much longer and more tangible history.
Okay, so that link is in my description box. What do you think about that? Be easy.
Yes, just evidence to confirm what we already know. Yes, this is about the oil, but it's not only about the oil, right? It's about the oil right? It's about the oil and the minerals. And then there's an and after that, right? It's about the oil and the rare minerals and installing a puppet, because that's the other thing too. They're going to find some puppet. If they're not Venezuelan, they'll find and say, well, this person is Latino and they speak Spanish too, so that's good enough. And then they're going to install a puppet and say, yeah, but Maduro was this big, bad, mean man, and look how he was treating his people. So you should be okay with this puppet who's going to do nothing for your people, right? But at least it's not the big, bad Maduro. So this is all this about. It's, it's extremely sinister if you really want to get down to it, because Trump was saying that no more new wars. He's going to end the wars. He is talking about us not being the world's police. And, this seems
Now,
for policing the world.
Now, the woman who won the Nobel Peace Prize is from Venezuela. And what did she do? She donated her Peace Prize to 4547. So she's already trying to position herself like, I'm ready. I will be your puppet. I'm your puppet. Remember that song? You
Yeah. That actually was a good song.
yeah.
Your puppy.
Now I'm not sure if you have seen me share this information with you. Since they want us to believe that it's about drugs, let me share. Since a lot of people think that this is about drugs, well, if it's about drugs, why did he release the president of where was it? I want to say Venezuela, who bought the 400 tons worth of cocaine into the United States from, oh my God, where is that from? Be easy, not Venezuela. Over there where Peter Thiel has his private city. He
Was it Honduras?
Honduras, yes, yes. Now, if everything is about drugs, also, why did your Justice Department do this and meet these people in Justice Department vehicles and tell you that you could not ask them any questions about this if it's about the cartels and drugs? Did you know about this?
17 shadows slip through America's supposedly sealed gate. Family of Mexico's most notorious kingpin, greeted not with handcuffs, but handshakes. As cartel lieutenants become government witnesses and former partners become sworn enemies. 1,000 bodies pile up in Sinaloa's streets. The hunters have become the hunted. But at what cost has this game of chess been played? In the shadow war between nations, who truly controls the next move? In an extraordinary development along the US-Mexico border, 17 family members of one of Mexico's most notorious drug trafficking organizations have been escorted into American territory under peculiar circumstances. Mexican Security Secretary Omar Garcia Harfuch confirmed on May 13th that relatives of Ovidio Guzman Lopez, son of the infamous drug lord Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, crossed into San Diego from Tijuana last week. Footage showed the family members walking across the border with rolling suitcases, greeted by waiting US agents. According to investigative journalist Luis Chaparro, who first broke the story, at least one sniper watched over the group as they surrendered to American authorities. Sources report they carried more than $70,000 in cash during this unprecedented crossing. The group reportedly included Griselda Lopez, El Chapo's former wife and mother, to Ovidio and his brother, Joaquin Guzman Lopez.
As we saw in the news, Ovidio begins a negotiation with the Department of Justice of the United States. And it's evident that with his family going to the United States, it's because of that negotiation.
The crossing has shocked Mexican officials, with President Claudia Sheinbaum admitting she learned of the development through news reports, highlighting an apparent lack of communication between the Trump administration and their Mexican counterparts. The secretive nature of this operation stands in stark contrast to the publicly aggressive stance on border security that has defined much of Trump's immigration policy. Noting that such details have not yet been provided, Garcia Harfuch insisted, the government of US President Donald Trump has to share information with Mexican prosecutors. The Justice Department has declined all requests for comment on the matter, maintaining strict silence regarding this unusual border crossing.
Okay, that link is in my description box. What do you think about that?
Oh, my bad. I had to step away for a sec. Yeah, this is just, the chicanery and the buffoonery of this all, None of this stuff just even makes sense. And I'm just going, deeper down the rabbit hole. And like you were saying, a lot of people will say they're America first, right? this has nothing to do with America first. They'll say we're a nation of laws, right? But then they'll help elect somebody with countless amounts of felony indictments, right?
Convictions,
right?
Mm-hmm.
Then they'll allow him. They'll talk about black culture and say, you guys need to practice personal responsibility in terms of drugs, and then he'll pardon and help release someone who's responsible for helping drug traffickers move over 400 tons of cocaine in the United States. They can't say that Maduro did that. Most of the drugs that they say, is coming from places like Colombia, Mexico, and things like that. So I'm just really trying to. Obviously, I'm not shocked by this. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the very feckless and tepid response, from people that oppose this. I'm even looking at Bernie Sanders. He's over here trying to say this was wrong. You know how he likes to do. He likes to make strongly worded letters, but I'm like, what the hell are you doing, Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, what are any of them doing?
I'm looking and I'm not finding any of them doing anything. A lot of them are making tweets and saying, this is wrong, President. I'm like, he knew what was wrong. You think a strongly worded tweet is going to stop him? Where is, and this is why when people say, man, I ain't voting Republican or Democrat, and I get it where, people say, well, not voting is the answer, but just blindly voting is not the answer as well. And the Democrats, they're playing a dangerous game, because if Trump keeps bombing people, if he keeps taking away healthcare, Bernie Sanders is going to be good. AOC is going to be good. Pelosi is going to be good, but your aren't. So like you said, I like how you brought it back to healthcare, right? This would be the grand time for Democrats to lay out a robust health plan and how we're going to fix it. But what are they saying? Trump's going after Obamacare. They're not saying how they're going to solidify it. They're not saying how they're going to overturn what he done. They just keep pointing out what he's doing. Trump going after black women. Okay, that's true. What are you going to do to protect those black women? Trump's going after black women, and it just is like a repeat. I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing? They keep laying out what he's doing. He's going after
that we already know. They telling us shit we already know.
And that's what we're saying. What are you going to do about this, right? They want to bring articles of impeachment for what Bill Clinton getting a blowjob, right?
Getting a blowjob.
What
real simple shit. They could do that, but they can't figure out a way. All of the shit, all of the civil rights that have been raked back, they have shut down the Department of Education, and they have nothing. Oh, well, we're not in power. You guys need to. Then another thing that is okay. I ain't gonna get into that. You want to finish? See if they ask him any questions that matter.
We know you can finish, but they don't, because this is a form of censorship as well. When you only, he let that person, Nick Shirley, that dude was at the White House, right?
Yes. Yeah, that fucking clown. I've already premised this, but it's a bunch of YouTube influencers who is mostly part of this press corps who don't know anything about anything to ask a decent question. Nick Shirley, that's the one who went to Minneapolis and was knocking on these doors like somebody talking about enrolling your kid, and you don't have a kid, and we know we know that these daycares have been put in the crosshairs, as it were, and you think that somebody's going to let a young white male, the people who create the most mass gun violence in this nation, you think that we just gonna open our door and tell you where the kids are? What sense did that even make? But go ahead.
Correct. So not only was this dude, now there was some scamming going on but he was lying about what scams was going on. The scamming that had went on, I think they said was like in 2020. Right. So it
Yes.
had already been covered. And then here he brings his story back in 2025, going into 2026. So, and when that scam was uncovered, it was uncovered under Donald Trump's presidency and I believe Biden's DOJ.
Biden's DOJ prosecuted.
Correct. So technically that, the situation, the matter had been resolved, as they say. And then here he trying to resurrect it. Go ahead.
But the thing about it is, if they want to look at the matter and they want to delve into now all of the states' child care has been cut off without they can prove that it's not going to a scam. Now, is all of the states' child care Somalian child care agencies? No, it isn't.
Not at all.
Now, another thing is the brainchild and the person on top who started all of this scam. She just got convicted yesterday, waiting on sentences. Was a white woman. So, are you telling me are they looking at all white women the way that they want you to look at all Somalians? Now, I'm not condoning fraud in any way. I'm condoning the racism and the attacks of that they are trying to say the whole Somali populations are a bunch of scammers. Now, I'm not defending them because they don't want to consider themselves black. They get highly insulted if you want to say they're black. But what I'm saying is, if they do it to them, I always look at if I just sit and I act like shit can't happen to me. See, these Somalians are finding out they want it to be everything but black. But now when shit is happening to them, now they want to tell me, oh, I see your point now. I don't give a fuck. No, you see your point. You see the point that you got yourself in, because how many of them motherfuckers came out and said, oh no, I'm not black, oh, I'm voting for Trump, we're Somalians for Trump. Now
That was a big thing. Yeah. So that's the thing. And I concur with everything that you just said. And so that's why I look at it from an objective view. We're not condoning the scamming, but yes, they are being scapegoated and generalized, right? So I'm saying if it's okay to generalize them, then let's generalize all white people, because they were the ones who received the bulk of the scam money. They were the ones who facilitated the scam, right? The Somali people were just part of a colluded group, right? So, yeah, the Somalis were scamming, but instead of looking at the whole apparatus of scammers, it's kind of like the BLM, right? They had those 3 black women as the face. And they like, man, these chicks were scamming. They bought large mansions. Yeah, they did scam, but there were hundreds of millions flowing through. They didn't have hundreds of millions. So where did those hundreds go? So then they just fixate on those black women. Man, look at them. There were a bunch of lesbians who bought houses, and now we're fixated on the 3. But it's like, yeah, who were those non-black people behind the scene who pocketed hundreds of millions? You know what I mean? It doesn't make the scamming that those other people did okay. But yeah, let's tell the whole story. And the whole story is not being told in this regard.
Exactly. Now let's go through this real quick. If there's a point where you want me to stop and make a point, go ahead.
A country doing better than any country anywhere in the world, and it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance at one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others. We have fantastic people, including people in the military. So
for some reason, the video sounds really low.
I know. I don't know why it sounds so low. I have it all the way up.
Okay, got you.
Let me refresh it. I may have to find a different video. Oh, it looked like you got some people outside. Let me see. I don't know why. This sounds so low. Let me see.
We haven't figured this out.
Is it still low?
No, now you know. This is the way it's going to play out.
Yeah, it's still pretty low. Maybe you could at
Let,
least put
let me
the caption on.
put what?
I was gonna say maybe you could at least put the caption on, so even if it's low, people.
Let me see if I can find another one. Let me see if I can find another one.
And not only that,
go ahead.
Now Trump is talking about bombing Iran as well.
Oh yeah, I talked about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So he's over here saying, "Oh, they're shooting protesters in the street, so we may have to go over there." And they have a lot of oil as well.
Now, this is the same president that told the last Department of Defense Secretary to shoot protesters in the leg during his administration, his last administration, when they were protesting outside of Washington, D.C. And they questioned Pete Hegseth in his confirmation hearings and in his last budget hearing. Would he take the order to shoot protesters, as his predecessor was given that order and refused? And Pete Hegseth refused to answer that question. I have played that confirmation hearing, and several Congress people asked him that question, and he refused to answer that question. But they want you to think that it's a problem that over in Iran they're shooting protesters, but they won't say they won't shoot you if you protest.
Yeah, none of this stuff makes any sense at all. There's no way to justify the contradictions. Everything that he's saying, right? We're not the world's police, but then he wants to go over to Iran and say, yeah, because they may have allegedly shot some protesters in the street, then that means we gotta put our boots on. And he's not gonna put people. Barron Trump is not gonna be on the front line, right? Jared Kushner and Donald Trump Jr. ain't gonna be on the front line, but they're on the front line of sending your kids out there to put boots on the ground, you know what I mean, to fight a forever war. Like it is extremely disheartening and pathetic to just watch, the people just, not stand up for anything. Yeah, it's amazing. The response should be overwhelming because right now there's a bunch of MAGA maniacs that are trying to co-sign this, right? They're coming up and they're talking about Trump is doing this for America first, but I'm not seeing any opposing views from the Democrat outside of tweets, right? They will be online, but it's just the same rhetoric. Trump is bad. Trump is bad. But like you said, they're not adamant on, look, we gonna get in office and this what we're gonna do, right? People don't gotta like Rashida Tlaib, and I have my qualms about her, but at least she was standing up saying, when I get in, we gonna impeach this mofo. You know what I mean? Like she's actually was standing up and saying, like, look, man, this is what we gonna do. But the Democrats, they're not laying out anything. It's just like, he's bad. He's bad. Oh my God, could it get any worse? He's bad. He's bad. You don't want this to keep getting bad, so just elect us. But elect y'all to do what?
What you gonna do?
Elect them. Are you gonna overturn? And I don't agree with all the DEI stuff. We weren't benefiting from that. But what I'm saying is, are you gonna overturn it to restore the history, like all of those Black histories that was stripped? If the Democrats get in office, are they gonna reinstate them? Right? All of those Black women that got kicked to the curb, are you gonna try to make sure that they land on their feet? Like, what are you gonna do? And no one is saying just single us out, but on one hand, you telling us we the base of the party, but then on the other hand, we ain't gonna do nothing for y'all just by voting for us and not being Trump is good enough. Like, we're not doing that anymore, but that's really what they're banking on. So unfortunately, they're okay with Trump is doing. because it serves a political mean. Politics is a blood sport. And, in order to make an omelet, you got to crack a few eggs. So that we're the proverbial eggs that are getting cracked to make that omelet. And then the Democrats come, and instead of saying, to try to prevent the eggs from being cracked, they're just like, here, pull up a plate. You know what I mean? They help aid the Republicans. Like, for instance, when Biden got in office, they were asking, hey, are you going to overturn all that bad stuff Trump did? And he was like, man, I want to be a forward-thinking president. Obama did the same thing. They were asking him, hey, Bush did a lot of horrible stuff. Are you going to overturn it? Yes, we can, man. Let's be forward-thinking and not focus on the past. So they will campaign on Trump did something bad, but then they get in office and talk about, well, we have to move forward and not be divisive. And then they start talking about bipartisanship, which means bipartisanship means supporting the status quo, which means doing nothing. But they're doing nothing united. So they'll just frame it like, when Trump was in office, Republicans and Democrats were at odds. Now Trump is not in office, and they get along with each other. But it's like, how is that making the life better of the American people? So all you get is more polite political rhetoric, right? You get Scott Jennings on Abby Phillips' show. That's what you get.
I'm so sick. No, we don't always need to see have a the other side. We must see what the other side is saying, because there is some shit that the other side need to shut the fuck up on. All of this, and half of the time, they are laughing themselves. They have nothing to defend the bullshit, but we must have them on, like they are blowing all of these young. What they should be telling these young white boys who pretending that they are such staunch Christians and are so full of hate against black people, they need to go tell them to go get laid. That's what they need to tell them. These motherfuckers have lost their mind pretending to be this is what's going to make you greater. They have no opportunities that it's going to make you greater. They're telling you to get out of high school and get married and have children. Where are you going to do that in the United States and be able to support a family in the United States with a high school degree, with no training, you can at least go to a trade school.
They took the training out of school.
They're telling you they took all of all of the electives out of school. Mm-hmm. So what are you going to do to raise this? White people need to start having children. We're going to give you $1,000 that you can't spend, and it's going to be invested. And at the current stock market rate, when your child get 18, then they can use it to buy a house or go to college. And you know how much it will be if at the race that it is now, if it is still any money in there, with dumb motherfuckers like Scott Bessent being over the Department of Treasury. By the time a child gets 18, you know that $1,000 will turn into a whole $2,800. And they're telling you that they're doing something for you. So go out and have a child. And they're putting $1,000 in a interest earning account that can be played on the stock market. They're doing something for you.
And then they'll play these people and say, okay, first they was telling the black people that, like, you guys are having too many babies and all this stuff. If you're impoverished, right? If you can't afford a family, what are you having babies for and all this stuff? Mm-hmm. Then they see that their birth rates are so low, and this is part of the reason too that they bring in.
That's why they said it in the first place. That's why they said it in the first place. But go ahead.
Yeah, and this is another reason why they bring in an influx of immigrants, because especially even though Trump is trying to overturn birthright citizenship, many immigrants, they have more, especially if they're undocumented, they have more of an incentive to have a baby, right? American or specifically a white person, right? They may be like, I'll just wait till I get my stuff together and then get my life started, right? Somebody that's just coming here, you know, being here is better than their situation at home, and having a baby is going to guarantee that at least that kid has citizenship. And then if they have 3 or 4 babies, it's going to turn into, well, yeah, they're not a citizen, but their babies are, and you don't want to separate families, etc. Right? So the U.S. gets the best of both. They get to have some undocumented people that they get to pay under the table, and then they get more babies, which that most of them they could adopt into whiteness, because that's how their numbers were always.
Why didn't they already have adopted Mexicans as whites? That's why they did that.
Correct. And so now what they're trying to do is they're going to adopt more into whiteness just to keep buffing their numbers up, because you hear them keep talking about being the minority. So that's why when you look at, even when Biden opened the door, it was like 75% from Latin America, then I think it was like 10% Asian, and then it was less than 10% combined of African and Caribbean, right? So even if the people are not like fully white, they'll have a mixture of brown skinned people who they'll see as other than, and then the lighter skinned ones, which would be considered a white Hispanic, which we can replenish our numbers with them, right? It's just like how the Italians and Irish, these people weren't considered white, but to buffer their numbers, they claim that they were white. So there's a lot of that going on here, and it's just extremely unfortunate that people are just sitting back and allowing this to happen. And I really hold the Democrats' feet to the fire, because I expect this from the Republicans. I don't agree with it. I don't condone this, but I accept this. I want to hear a lot more than just strongly worded letters and speeches and stuff. What legislation is going to be enacted? Just how they keep talking about the Project 2025, right? What's the Democratic version of the Project 20? They should go piece by piece. Look, Project 25 wants to do this, and here's how we gonna stop it, and this is our position, right? Go point by point. Instead, they just were saying if Trump gets in office, they're gonna do Project 2025. So it's like, so don't vote for him. And back to the things too, where they'll say we need more white babies, but it's like, but then people like Elon Musk, who was saying that we need more white babies, but he wants to pay like some H-1B Indians, right? So he don't even want to help train those young white men that he's talking about. And then Vivek, right? Vivek was pandering towards white people, and then he was calling Americans lazy. And if you look at his campaign, he hired a bunch of Indians and immigrants and stuff like that, which is fine for you to do, but why are you pushing the white men are being attacked and white men are being discriminated against? It's like you're discriminating against white men by hiring these H-1B visas, but somehow they're making it about black people. They're saying we have no positions of authority and power to hire them, but suddenly white men allegedly not getting hired is our fault.
Hold on for a second. So what's your end game? It says, so by your logic, is a person from Egypt, although they are on the continent of African, are they black? No, black people are Americans. Americans are black people. Africans are Africans, and they can choose to call themselves whatever they want to. But understand that most black people from the continent of Africa refuse to call themselves black, and they can have at it. But if they come to America, they will get the black experience, and they will get the I hate Muslim experience. So they can call themselves whatever they want to call themselves by my logic. Go ahead, be easy.
Correct. And yeah, so once they come here, they get the Negro wake-up call. And it's crazy because some people, they try to act confused. They know in their homeland that they identify by tribe. On the continent, there's 54 countries, over 3,000 different ethnic tribes, over 2,000 different dialects. So I always say this, like, up until now, because people have started saying, okay, we want to delineate and disaggregate the data. Now, this is where people are saying, oh, well, you saying so and so is not black and you don't get to gatekeep blackness and all this stuff. But up until this point, people act like there's not a long history of people on video and in newspaper print. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not. Why y'all call yourselves black? It ain't no country called black. Black is just a color. Black is absent of like they would say everything, and we would turn around and say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud.
No, hold on 1 second. Tony Kiger said, "What a miserable existence to allow race to rule your life." I concur. That's why you see so many non-white people in MAGA. Is that why you see so many non-white MAGA people? It must be miserable for you. But go ahead.
Yeah, so all of these people, when people use that, that's just another distraction, because somebody was kind of doing that in my chat, the other one. Why do you have to make it about race? When people say stuff like that, usually when you look at their conversations, if they have a history of posting, they have a history of posting things about race while telling people to not, so and this is why
See, they don't want you to make it about race when you state the fact. All of this, you must be miserable when they are the most miserable race baiting people in society. They don't want you to actually come out and call it for what it is. That's why it's all about race, because you choose to make it all about race. But go ahead.
correct. Y'all made it about race, and now we're responding about race.
I'm not whining and complaining. I'm spitting facts. You're whining and complaining constantly. That's all you have done in this chat is whine and complain. So I bid you adieu. Okay,
Yeah,
keep going.
the same thing. What was JD Vance? What was the whole thing with Nicki Minaj going up there, right? They were whining and saying that white women were victims and made to feel unbeautiful because they're blonde hair and why were they making it about race?
Why did JD Vance get up there? White men don't have to apologize for being white anymore. Who made it about race? Are you serious? You're mad because we see it for what it is. But go ahead. Let's
And you,
let's go ahead.
oh yeah, no, I think you want to play some more of the video. Go ahead.
Let's get into this.
There now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody.
Can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country?
Could you pause it real quick?
We're going to be running.
Hold
It's
on.
largely going to be for a period of time.
Okay.
When he says we're going to reimburse people who are taken advantage of, that sounds like reparations. But you see that he's not trying to frame it that way. So they understand that, okay, if someone was aggrieved, right, then that there should be monetary compensation. And he's not going to be talking about school vouchers. He's not going to be talking about here, we'll give you some sort of a loan, a low interest loan. That reimbursement is going to be cold hard cash. You know what I mean?
But he's not gonna. I do know what you mean. But you notice the vagueness in everything. People. Who are these people? Are you talking about the citizens? He's not gonna give anybody anything. That's why he speaks of it with vagueness. But he presents it as people have been aggrieved and they deserve to be compensated for their pain. But notice they cannot say that when it comes to descendants of slavery who built this country, who built the wealth of this country. Is that what you mean?
That's exactly what I mean. So yeah, when people try to act like they don't understand it, or you just didn't make the case, you just didn't articulate the point enough. Maybe if you're more persuasive. No, they understand exactly what you mean, because they will they will explain it in terms that you can understand, but only as it pertains to another group, right?
Mhm.
They'll make the case that they should be making for you, but they're just making it for another group. And then when you just substitute,
Because he has gone in here illegally to tell you that they're taking all their oil. And he's trying to make it seem like they are doing something for. No, it's not for us. It's for the people. Even though I just told you we're taking all the oil. They stole all our oil. And when the oil is their own oil coming out of the ground of their nation, he called it our oil. They stole our oil, and he's trying to make you make believe like he gives a fuck about the Venezuelan people. And he's going back and forth, calling them egregious, and then saying what a violent people that they are. Can't have it both ways.
yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say, right? So if Nicolas Maduro was this violent dictator, right, and Biden had allowed 500,000 Venezuelans and granted them TPS, but then Trump comes around and generalizes them as all gang members and they're all Tren de Aragua, right? And they say, okay, look, man, we got to deport them and send them back. Okay, but I thought you said that their country was ran by this violent narco dictator. So as a Christian, why would you remove their protection status and send them back to this hellhole, right? That's what he calls it, a shithole, hellhole. Why are you sending them back to that? And then saying, oh, well, then we'll send them back to the shithole and then we'll bomb the shithole and that will help them.
And then we'll take all of their riches out of the ground, and we are to believe that they have been egregious, and they're going to help them as well. When they get all of these riches, they're going to help them as well. Make it make sense.
Right, they're going to get the oil to redistribute it fairly to the Venezuelan people. I mean, does anyone believe that? It's the same thing that they did with Gaddafi. Gaddafi was mistreating his people. Okay, and then they set him up to be sodomized in the middle of the street and tortured brutally
with bayonets.
Who
sodomized with bayonets?
Who was that good for? That wasn't good for the Libyan people. Now there's an open slave trade there, right?
Right. And do they care about the Libyan people being mistreated now?
No.
Oh,
now they're
and nobody else.
They're framing it as that's just their culture.
Also, somebody else was in the chat earlier talking about, well, Venezuela is colluding with, I think they said China, and they are trying to get off of the U.S. Standard, and they are working with the BRICS. And what? And what?
Aren't they a
and what? And that should be a way. Reason I'm upset. Why are so many people working with the BRICS? What has America done to all nations, every nation on this in this world, but give them tariffs on some bullshit that they owe, that these other countries owe the United States something? The United States gave them their ass to kiss. Why are so many nations working with the BRICS? Because the BRICS didn't do that. See, you can do what you want to do, but there's repercussions for everything that you do. Let's get into this dummy.
The people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance at one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others. We have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado.
How are you going to reimburse people for being thrown out of the country who was getting rich off of the resources of Venezuela, a sovereign country who has the right to throw these charlatans out of their country? What are you going to repay them when they were already getting their wealth while in Venezuela? So we are. He wants us to believe that these oil companies that were thrown out of Venezuela never got the amount of money that they put into Venezuela. Is that what we want to believe? And if they did all of this spending and never got their money out of Venezuela, all of the decades that they had been in Venezuela, why would they want to go back? Because obviously it's not that profitable. Get the fuck out of my face. Anything?
Yeah, and I just want to really, even with the whole drug stuff, I mean, it's just extremely contradictory. And even when I was looking up the top 10 countries that's sending the most drugs in the U.S., Mexico, China, Colombia, India, Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, Canada, Guatemala, and Honduras. Did you hear Venezuela on that list?
No.
So I'm obviously I'm being rhetorical. So it's like, we know, like, what is this truly about? Like I said, we can't just limit it to the oil and the minerals, right? Just right. The oil, that would be worse, you know. That would be enough that you're invading just based off oil and minerals. But it's multiple stuff. It's oil, it's minerals, it's a coup, it's to help your billionaire buddies, the Peter Thiels and stuff. Just like how they said they was going to destroy Gaza and kind of make it into a Riviera. What plans do they have for Venezuela? They already got blueprints on how they can easily extract the oil and the minerals. So stuff is just bad.
Trump is loved and won 80% of the vote. Even illegals voted for Trump. But wait a minute. How are illegals voting for Trump? How are illegals voting? And I thought the premise was that the reason that Democrats wanted so many undocumented immigrants in the country is so that they could vote for the Democrats. So you're telling me that's a lie? So we already know that it's a lie that 47 won 80% of the vote. He did not win a large margin of the votes. First of all, that shows that you're stupid and disingenuous. But second of all, you mean to tell me that this was another sham election, that he had undocumented immigrants voting for him? You know, the same thing that they said that was the reason why they were here to vote for the Democrats. Be easy. Did you see that stupid shit? This is how world wars are started. Indeed.
Yep. And then whose culture is this, right? As much as they want to talk about our culture, whose culture is this? And they want you to convince you some lowly thug in some random city, some poverty, low educated thug, if he does one crime and gets held accountable and arrested for his crime, that's considered our culture. But they have a whole cadre of Pete Hegseths and Stephen Millers going around the world terrorizing people, dropping 200 tons of munitions on people. But there's no speak of culture. There's no speak of who raised them. There's no speak of violence, right? One person may unalive one person in a Chicago neighborhood, and the whole community has to answer for it. What community has to answer for this? And see, this will be framed under the American interest and the American banner. So it's like, well, don't racialize it. We're all Americans. Well, when you talk about black on black crime, you talk about black Americans. We're all Americans. So why are you racializing crime? So people have no issue saying black on black crime and blacks need to do this, but nobody is calling this white on brown crime.
Because it's right. It's their culture. It's their culture to do things like that. So they don't see anything odd or strange about their own culture. Now, it's every president's job to keep the Western Hemisphere. Now, here we go with this Western Hemisphere shit. What did Venezuela do to you to make you insecure or threaten you? What did the Venezuelan people? They trying to reignite this sphere of influence. It is the United States president's job to keep the United States citizens safe. Safe from what? What did Venezuela do to make the U.S. unsafe? And if it's his job, why isn't he making sure that all the United States citizens have a thriving economy? Why isn't he making sure that the United States citizens have jobs? Why isn't he making it where the pay rate is enough in the United States for you to thrive? Why is it that the millions of United States citizens, tens of millions of United States citizens are about to lose health care? What does the Western Hemisphere have to do with the safety of the United States? All of this Western Hemisphere shit, the Western Hemisphere didn't do shit to the United States. The United States thinks that it owns the Western Hemisphere. And who are they giving the wealth through? They're not giving it to you. What plan has the president made to make sure that the citizens of the United States don't have to use emergency room for a doctor? What plans have the president of the United States made to make sure that you will have a primary care physician who could possibly catch early cancers and other things that may kill you quickly? None. The fuck out of my face. You gone. I can't stand a stupid motherfucker trying to play me for dumb. But go ahead.
Yeah, and what has Trump done to keep us safer, right? He allegedly captured Maduro and his wife to hold them, to bring them in front of the Hague, right? How does that make us safer again? How does U.S. putting boots on the ground, and he's talking about large U.S. corporations to go over there and extract the resources? How does that keep us safe? They can't explain it. They just talk about, in very vague, nebulous terms.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Okay, well, no one is, Steve, no one's forcing you to watch this stream. I think you may have watched long enough so I can get my watch hours. You can leave whenever you want. If somebody has changed Steve into the chat, please unchain Steve to this chat so he can leave. Okay, now let's go on.
To come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned
people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well, I
going?
understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is
Well,
about
he
that.
has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
He got to watch his ass, but the cocaine dealer that brought 400 tons of cocaine to the United States, proof positive, and was convicted of such, he gave him a pardon. So you think this is about drugs? Are you crazy? And these dummies sit up here and are arguing all of this Trump derangement syndrome. If you write or even use the term Trump derangement syndrome, it says more about you than it does. It is not an insult to anyone. It just proves what a idiot you are, talking about fairy tales when we're talking about facts up here. Because you cannot talk about facts. You know what this man just said makes 0 sense. But you want to call somebody else dumb when you are proving to be a fool yourself.
You notify any members of Congress in advance?
And Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a...
Yes, it is. Yes, it most definitely is. What members of Congress did you call? Did you just call Republican congressmen like you did when you struck Iran? Only Republicans were notified? Who do you call? This is not the kind of thing that you can make a... this is the type of thing that needs congressional approval. Are you serious?
So once again, right? Back to, some thuggish dude on the corner, selling an eighth of weed or an ounce of weed, right? That would be considered illegal, and this person will be criminalized as black culture, even though he was in this hypothetical situation selling weed to a consensual smoker, right? He wasn't forcing nobody to smoke weed, right? This person would be demonized as a criminal. You do the crime, you do the time. We're a nation of laws. Then suddenly when Trump does this illegal strike, right? They love to talk about illegal immigrants. Just come here the right way. You're an illegal immigrant. Fine. We're a nation of laws. They need to come the right way. If we're a nation of laws, why isn't he being held accountable for this illegal strike? And it's not just this strike. He's made illegal strikes, plural. Where are the nation of law people?
They're nowhere. They're up Trump's shitty ass. Interesting that black people call Trump dumb when 95% of all black women voted for Kamala after she openly stated never say Merry Christmas or Christ. And what this has have to do with me? I personally, first of all, I've never heard of such. And second of all, if you are unaware that unlike yourself, black women are the most educated people in the United States by every race and every gender, including the trans, who you guys love to hate. So if 95% of black women did vote for her, understand that we are more educated than you have or will ever be. Let's continue.
A trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function.
No, in the next 15 days. So you mean to tell me that you had over 2 weeks of planning this, and you never went to Congress, which you are supposed to do by law. So let's continue.
Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
So if this was just the arrest of of two people. That now it's something different. Now it was just the arrest of two people. But you let Benjamin Netanyahu, who has a arrest warrant on him, visit the White House. How many times has Benjamin Netanyahu set his ass up in the White House with a full arrest warrant that he to even get to the White House he have to fly around like a motherfucking bolo bag, going from this place airspace to that airspace. So just in case something happened to his plane and it has to make an emergency and landing, he won't get arrested in a country that is about the laws. Are you kidding me? Are they kidding me?
And once again, they say our community has an accountability problem. Where's the accountability for Netanyahu, for Trump, for Rubio, for Dan Bongino, for Pete Hegseth? So like I said, these people are high level people that are dictating things that could lead to a world war. Some poor kid in Baltimore or St. Louis, them doing a crime that they're being held accountable for by being locked up and publicly ostracized, right? That's accountability. People are digging through their life with a fine-tooth comb. Who raised them? Where your mama at? Where your daddy at, right? Where's Pete Hegseth's daddy? Who raised him? Who raised Marco Rubio? You know, so the same questions that they have for us, I have the same questions for them. Who is taking accountability? And see, when we take accountability, it becomes a racial thing, right? But when you say, well, damn, Donald Trump is white, Pete Hegseth is white, Stephen Miller, white, you know what I mean? And they'll say it's the Democrats. And I'll say, okay, what's the racial makeup? Are most Democrats? Why? And then it turns into, well, why you got to make it about race? Well, it's like y'all making everything else about race. When y'all talking about Crips and Bloods, there's Crips and Bloods of various racial backgrounds, but they make it about one particular racial background, right? So, yeah, there's politicians of various racial and ethnic backgrounds, but Congress is overwhelmingly white and overwhelmingly white men. So
look at this mad motherfucker. Are you mad? Are you mad that I stated the facts? That I'm. What did I say? That is not a fact. But what did I say that is not a fact? I know that you people would like to believe that black women are the most uneducated people, but we are far more educated than you are. So I'm sorry I interrupted you.
no, you're good. And that seemed like a Karen or a Ken that was posting that. And they always try to act like they don't care about color, regardless of what skin color you are. But notice when they want to call out their people, they don't bring up the skin color, right? When you talk about slavery, they'll be like, it was the Democrats. And then I just turn and say, okay, for historical accuracy purposes, what race were they? It was the Democrats. Okay, yeah. But what race were the Republicans freed this? Okay, what race of Republicans? And suddenly they don't want to like talk about the race then. But with us, if it's a stereotype about black women, they say it with a chest. Black this, black women need to do this. Man, y'all need to close your legs, man. The angry black woman. They have all of these tropes that specify your race and ethnic breakdown. And when you respond in kind, they say you talk about race too much.
Now, let me see. How do you know who your daddy is? Because your mama told you so? Really? No, because I grew up in the home with him. Because his name was on my birth certificate. How does Baron and all of those different children by different women know who their daddy is? How? How when according to Richard Wolff, Melania Trump knew Jeffrey Epstein and was in line with Jeffrey Epstein and his quote unquote modeling. How does Donald Trump know if Barron Trump is his son? He spoke of his son as Melania's child. Melania has a great child. So tell me, how does he know who his children are? Hmm? Hmm? Oh, y'all buy into the no fathers in the home bullshit to your own dismay.
Yeah, I was just talking to somebody yesterday, and the no fathers in the home thing is actually a misnomer because, um, like I was talking to my friend who I know are active fathers, right? But they're not married. So if you want to get biblical, their kids are bastard kids and illegitimate. Like, based on what though? Like you
That
read a book and this book said that because they're in the home with their mom, they're in the home with their dad, and they're being taken care of, but because they're not married, his lady is considered single, and those kids are considered illegitimate by these Christian biblical standards. It's like, does that
and they're being led by these they're not Christians. They are Christian nationalists trying to pretend like they're Christian. And what are they telling these young white boys? That you don't need sex right now. They're talking to a whole bunch of incels. This party is being taken over by incels who thinks that having children and having a family, that's so gay. Isn't that what Nick Fuentes was spewing? Who wants to spend a day with their family? When in fact, statistics state that of all parents, all fathers, black fathers are more in touch and have hands on with their children than any other race in the United States. But they that's kind of like Black history. You know, that's something that they try to erase and hope you don't understand. That in fact, we know that some race of people are too in touch with their children as they SA them and do horrible things with their children. We know what race of people that is. But when you're laying down with your children and doing ungodly things with your child, maybe you need not be around your children. We know that a lot of your people love to lay down with children. Thus, we have this interesting thing about Epstein going on right now. And many of you are sympathizers with this type of behavior. And that's why you want to make us think that we give a fuck about anything you say about black people when you know nothing about black people. How do whatever a black person do affects you and how you live your life as you ignore all your greasy pock skin meth using people? We see you. We see you. Are you kidding? You're mad because black people are the most educated people in the United States? Well, you're going to stay mad because those are the facts. And we see all of the trash that walks around here with dirty feet, dirty nails, a greasy skin, greasy hair, begging, smoking meth. You are the reason for the big drug problem. Remember, what do they always say? 1350 or something like that.
correct?
You're the reason for the drug problem in the United States, but you want sympathy for it. Now you want drug treatment programs for it. What are you getting for it? You're getting absolutely nothing. That is true. That's not true. That's very true. We're more educated in the United States. I said what I said. You're not smarter than me. You're not smarter than an Asian. You're not smarter than an Asian. They cannot take these simple facts. We are the most educated people in the United States. Let's keep. Why am I getting off track with this dumb shit?
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General,
Congress has a tendency to leak. So I'm trying to rationalize why I didn't go to Congress. I oh God, I cannot wait. I do hope that
And
these
and I,
people are made to pay for this unlawlessness. And he's saying this with a smile. Go ahead.
no, I'm just looking at some of like the air quote lefties and progressives, and I mean, much of them is not even really saying anything about this as well, right? Because people want to talk about your educational background and your acumen and say, hey, you guys are not the most educated and you're not as smart as you purport yourself to be. But I'm just looking, like I said, Bernie Sanders is whining, giving this strongly worded thing that's just an empty nothing burger. Crystal Ball, who is like a huge person on the left or progressive, all she wrote is Trump says we're going to run Venezuela. What the fuck? It's like, where's the breakdown analysis? I'm sure they're gonna do content after, but it seems like people just running out there to try to say something, either to defend Trump or to just act like, what is going on? Like, are we living in a dystopian world? It's like, bro, where have y'all been? Saying this stuff like openly. Like, are you shocked by any of this, Ronnie?
No, I'm not shocked at any of this.
And this is why there's a huge disconnect, with the non-black left, because they act like they just can't confuse, like, oh my God, like what the F is Trump doing? And this is not what he promised. He's a liar. He's been lying. Like what? The fact that people are acting confused is getting extremely infuriating, because it's like, how are y'all acting like y'all so high IQ, right? You saying we not educated, but you are educated. So how haven't you figured this out? But I have.
They're not educated. They're a bunch of sycophants and dummies talking about Asians have the highest percent of degrees in the United States. Are you dumb, or are you stupid? Or you think I'm stupid? That doesn't work on me when I actually know the facts.
Well,
And
that's not a fair comparison either, because they're comparing descendants of U.S. chattel slavery who was denied the right to read, went through Jim Crow, redlining, all this other type of stuff, to where many of those Asians, they come over from countries where their families were already doing well, and then they immigrate here. So it's the upper echelon of society, right? Like they'll bring over some Nigerian prince or some wealthy Nigerian person and try to compare him to, the average black person and say, hey,
but it still doesn't matter because if they are higher, if they are smarter than the average black person, they are also smarter than the average white person as well. They act like they are such brilliant motherfuckers. Most of them get into these high end colleges because of nepotism. Are we gonna pretend like these are the brightest of the bunch? Are we going to pretend that someone like Jared Kushner, who got
$2 billion?
No, who got ushered in to his college because the endowment that his father gave to his college are we going to pretend like this is someone who should be negotiating a peace agreement in Ukraine, who negotiated a peace agreement, a fake peace agreement between Hamas and Israel, where there has been absolutely no peace? Are we going to continue to pretend like white failure is success? Are we going to pretend like Jared Kushner, when he took over for his father, who had to go to prison for tax evasion and bought the worst building in New York City, the 666 building, and had to be bailed out by Qatar. Are we going to pretend like these unsuccessful people are magnanimous and so intelligent? Or are we going to call it what it is? A bunch of bullshit and nepotism and people getting over because of who they know, not what they know. The fuck out of my face. Go ahead. I interrupted you.
Oh no, you good.
It don't have anything. It has to do with the fact that what I said is what I said, and what I said is what I mean, and what I said is fact. Black women in the United States have the most education and the highest degrees in the United States. Go ahead. Period. I'm not talking about statistics. I'm talking about the actual facts of the matter.
And yeah, so there's the saying that, numbers don't lie, but you could lie with numbers. So even when you bringing up the statistics and all this other type of stuff, somebody's always going to try to challenge it and refute it. But it's like, what are you actually arguing against? You know what I mean? Like, what they're trying to prove, that you're not educated or that you are dumb, but it's like, if you are smarter than me, you're not proving it.
Who said I blow? Who? When did I say I voted for a black woman? When did I say that? I'll wait. I'll
And
wait.
let's just say that you did do that, right? Weren't people voting for Trump? Some people were voting for Trump because he was white.
And how can I be black and a racist? See, the thing that you are so stupid that you don't know that a racist has to have power to prevent you from getting things. Like you people did of redlining people, not allowing them to use the highways freely, not allowing them to do banking, not allowing them to get housing, to be racist. You have to have power. So what power did I have because I'm black? And I know my stuff. And now all of this reverse racism, all of this victimism that you want to call upon yourself. Now you guys are victim of racism to people who have no power to stop anything of your way of life. That's what racism is. Stupid. Okay. Let's
Correct. And
let's continue. Go ahead.
yeah, no, I was just saying,
Go ahead.
you got to have the infrastructure and institutional power to be able to enact racism, right? And people get bigotry and prejudice conflated with racism, right? So
Because they want to be victims.
yeah, so
But
if you
we're supposed to get over building the whole U.S. economy off of our free labor. We're supposed to get over that. But these dummies want to be victims because they are unsuccessful and they have been giving everything in the way of life. And when they are proven to be losers and unsuccessful, all of a sudden they are victims of reverse racism from people who cannot prevent them from doing anything. Let's continue. I interrupted you.
now you all good. I was just saying, like you said, there's this whole narrative of don't act like a victim. Black people complain too much, and then what do they do? Come to you, complain, cry, whine, and act like a victim that they telling you not to act like. See, we have a legitimate grievance. When we call out the injustice, they call that whining and victimhood, and then they're whining about us. But it's like, what? How have you been aggrieved? And then if you were victimized, who did the victimizing? It was another person from your community.
At least 45, 47 can form a sentence and isn't reading off of cue cards like Biden. Well, maybe he should read off cue cards like Biden. It seems like he's reading off cue cards, but it seems like his stack of cards got tumbled up and he picked them up and they're not in order because one sentence doesn't match the next thought that he's spewing. You know, the weave, he likes to call it, the weave, this nonsensical bullshit. Okay, so let's get into these questions.
I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew. So if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. And a lot of ships out there, they sort of knew we were coming. We weren't there. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
You were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, did we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. There was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average. Regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
So where's Maduro going to be?
Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards. Did that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's when we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East.
Let's look at the interim president of Syria. What about him? The former Al Qaeda fighter who was fighting our troops, who 45, 47 brought to the White House because the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia said that it would be a good idea if he built a relationship with someone who was trying to kill our troops. Let's look at that. But they don't want to mention that. Do they, be easy?
Yeah, no, not at all. Because this is not, you know, the accountability is non-existent, right? They don't want to hold people accountable. They don't even want to speak truth to power, right? All those little cliche terms that they talk about. It's about accountability, right? Who's being held accountable? It's about personal responsibility. Who's taking personal responsibility, right? We're a Christian nation. Okay, what is Christian about this? We're a nation of laws. Okay, this is illegal. You see what I'm saying? Like every little single thing that they say, you can just break it down with a simple retort. And it's just going to turn back to, well, Biden had to read a cue card. I didn't vote for Biden or Trump. So now what? And then it just, they start saying, who you gonna vote for? AOC? And it's like, are you going to address the matter at hand? Like, why are they even bringing up Biden, who I didn't support, and I have my issues with Biden? But who is running the show now?
A murderer, a mass murderer. That's who's running the show.
Yes, okay. And we have to call him that. And I'm not just saying Trump. Call Trump that, call Obama that, and call Bush that. Because what did they say about the dude with the funny mustache, right? The dude with that thick mustache, and his initials are
Osama bin Laden?
No. His first name is Adolf.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
So with this person, right, they will say that he's responsible for the unaliving of 6 million people, right? But I mean, how many people did he physically, like, does anyone know if he actually physically unalived a person? Like, nobody could say, Adolf personally unalived 5 people or 500 people. Nobody knows the true number, so they'll just say 6 million because it was his regime, right? It was Adolf's regime, so he's responsible for the 6 million. But then they're not saying that Bush is responsible for 1 million unalivings of people in Afghanistan or Iraq.
In another trumped up war. And another bullshit war. What about all of you who were so happy? They have weapons of mass destruction. Let's go get Saddam Hussein. What about him too?
And then
What
it
about
turned out
that?
to be a lie, right?
Uh-huh.
And they slaughtered over 1 million Afghanis. But the thing is, who was at the helm? Just like if they want to say, hey, Adolf was at the helm and he was allegedly responsible for 6 million, right? Then Bush was at the helm. So we have to say that Bush is responsible for 1 million unalivings. We can't play these games and try to say that. I mean, how is the logic any different, right? They'll say, well, Bush didn't physically do it. Yeah, do you know if Adolf physically did it, or did he direct other people to do it? And if he directed other people to do it, how was that any different from Bush or Obama or Trump directing other people to push a bomb and to delete people? See, they try to make it different because this person directed someone to use guns to unalive people. Well, this person directed someone to push a button and unalive people in a quicker, more efficient rate at higher numbers. So, they like to bring up per capita. Per capita, the numbers were higher. So how was Trump not a mass murderer? Obama, Bill Clinton, both of the Bushes, right? Like we can't just only try to say that, well, that was Stalin and that was Adolf and that was Leopold. No, it was all of these U.S. imperialist warmongers as well. They've dropped a lot of bodies in their wake, and especially with Obama, who drone striked more than anyone.
Sure did. I sure did.
90% casualty rate.
All right, let me share this with you right quick. I just got a hit on this information. And let's see what do you think about this?
We have some news right now. The United States Senate will be voting on a war powers resolution to block further military action in Venezuela next week. According to that, senators will come together and will vote to
that's a lifetime
block further military action by the President of the United States and the United States Armed Forces in Venezuela after today's strikes. Now, previous war powers resolutions brought forth in the United States Senate have all failed. And to me, there's no reason why this one will succeed, given the fact that at least right now, almost every Republican has been uniform in their support of the president's strikes and the taking of Maduro from Venezuela. So there will be a vote on it next week. Now, a lot of people are going to be like, why the hell are they waiting until next week? Congress actually isn't even in session right now and won't be in session until this coming week. And so even if they wanted to vote on it today,
do they ever work?
They're going to bring the Congress back into session to vote on it today. So that's it, right?
I bet you if people were illegally dropping bombs on the U.S., they would get their ass back in session.
They were there today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so we see who support this. Let's see. Now, it is January. Usually, when he had Zelensky in his office, he said, oh, well, you're in the middle of a war. He said that it's time for you to have elections because Vladimir Putin is saying that Zelensky is an illegal president because they haven't had elections in the middle of a war. And here come 45-47, the compromise 45-47, doing Putin's bidding. Well, you haven't had a war in a long time. And Zelensky said, yeah, well, we're in the middle of a war. We can't have a war. We can't have elections in the middle of a war. And he said, oh, You hear that? I may use that soon. Now, here it is, January. We have the midterm elections in November. Wouldn't I wouldn't it be a convenient excuse that they bring up some uprising that's going on, and we have to attack someone else, and the attacks are going badly, and we need to send our troops over, and all our concentration has to be on these bullshit strikes, these illegal strikes of a sovereign nation. Can't you see that interrupting our elections?
Yes, and I believe they want the elections interrupted because then it sows doubt, and then also, you know, you can raise a lot of money off of it. You can craft various narratives. They're still crafting that narrative that the election was stolen. Remember, this is why they had the whole January 6th thing. Even after that, and you saw what Trump did, he pardoned all those people. Where was the accountability? They were being held accountable, with some of them receiving light sentences, and he came and just overturned that stuff. You know what I mean? So they love this political chaos. It's
Mm-hmm.
for both sides. The other sides are saying, "Oh, look, we stand with the police," and he pardoned them. The other side is saying, "Hey, they were being victimized and persecuted, so that's why I pardoned them." Even now, they're calling this that Trump liberated Venezuela. I'm looking at the MAGA maniacs. They're leaning into it, and then meanwhile, like the Democrats, they're just saying this is a shame. What the f? Like it's like there's no bass in their voice, and then they wonder why they keep losing. As much as I don't like the Republicans, but at least they letting their nuts hang. You know what I mean?
They always do.
They
To our detriment, and we always have to come back in and clean up and bail out big corporations, whether it's banks or whatever. I always have to come back and dig ourselves out of a hole after the Republicans go through and give all of the wealth and riches and tax cut to billionaires, and our fucking asses are hanging out like we got chaps on for the rest of the United States people, who have to give billionaires even more money for these bailouts, talking about they're too big to fail. Well, if you fail, you fail. If a small business fail, you fail. Why not a large business? With the bullshit. Let's continue.
Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with midnight,
You have peace in the Middle East where? Where's there peace in the Middle East? As Netanyahu is striking Palestine on a daily basis, is striking Syria, and now talking about striking Iran. Where is this peace in the Middle East he speaks of?
and they're talking about going further to parts of Africa as well. You see what I'm saying? And the state of Israel, they original, because like Joe Biden said, if there wasn't a state of Israel, we would have built one. And that's what they did in 1948. But they originally were trying to go to Uganda. So the whole greater Israel expansion, you know, they're pushing to like Jordan, Syria, and other parts of West and Central Africa as well. You know, it's just they got to rid themselves of what they consider the Amalek and the Gazan problem first. So people need to wake up.
Nick Overman, you have a dictator in the White House who wouldn't give up his power as well, to the extent that he sat there as they talked about hanging the vice president who would verify the election in 2020. You forgot about that? Did you forget about that?
And
I didn't know the Israelis believed in God. Do they worship God? No, I'm serious. I thought that I don't know what the Jewish people praise. You know, like Muslims pray to Muhammad. Do Jewish people use God. Is that their? I don't know. I don't know nothing about it. Because somebody wrote, "God bless Israel."
Hammered, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you? How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So, I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted.
So he's going to rebuild Venezuela infrastructure when the American infrastructure is rotted as well. How many bridges in the United States are about to fall down? How many bridges in the United States that people travel over on a daily basis are being ignored, that are in disrepair? All across every state in the United. What is so grand about the infrastructure in the United States? When it rains and when the tide rolls in, Miami is flooding. What's so good about the infrastructure?
Yeah, well,
it's actually very dangerous.
You're boring. You may have to drop down and come back in because you're wrong. Say something again. Say something.
Can you hear me?
Say something else.
Mic check.
Okay, you're good now.
Okay. No, I was just saying they're still blaming Biden for all of this stuff, but the infrastructure has been dilapidated for decades. So it's not just about Biden. This is a bipartisan effort that our infrastructure has been crumbling and failing because we're always doing these foreign excursions and escapades to kind of air quote liberate people and root out dictators while we're being authoritarian and having dictators is here.
And our country is falling apart. But we're gonna. It's gonna take a long time because we got to shore up the infrastructure. The infrastructure is real bad, like the infrastructure in the United States. The United States is a slum compared to China and Singapore and even Taiwan. You look at the skyscraper of every city in the United States, and they do not match the skyline of any of these countries. And he's talking about rebuilding the infrastructure in Venezuela, as our country is a whole motherfucking trailer park. Anything else you want
to add? No, you can play the rest of the video.
It's blow up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
Could you pause it?
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to oil
China and Russia? Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give it to them. In other words, we'll be selling oil, probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now. But I would say many more will come.
Are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that?
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
You're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. If you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms of, I used to say, If they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you
Funny, I never heard that quote. Let's go.
saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're going
troops
to be
to
a
provide?
team that's working with the people of Venezuela.
Oh
to
my
make sure that they
God.
have
Oh my God. Go ahead.
Yeah, because so somebody was in the chat saying that apparently there's videos of Venezuelans cheering in the street, but there's I think they say Venezuela is like 30 million people, right? So if you find a video of some people cheering, I mean, there's videos of some people saying that they're not okay with this, but if somebody was to hypothetically assassinate Trump, there will be some Americans cheering. Would that make it right? So even if some Venezuelans are cheering, it was an illegal act, right? We're a nation of laws, allegedly, right? So this is not predicated on how many videos or TikToks of some Venezuelans celebrating would be. Because I've seen videos of them saying, no, they don't agree with this. So which video should I hold with more value? The people cheering for Trump, or the people saying, no, we're a sovereign nation? Which one should hold more weight?
These people in the chat are the guardrails of cheering. They are happy. They want to point out people who celebrating. So it's good that these people celebrate. But they want to dox you and to have your jobs called and have you lose everything for the people who cheered when something happened to someone in the United States. And they want to make a whole crime and have a whole FBI detail talking about your right shutting down your right, your freedom of speech. If they're cheering now, will they be cheering later when all of the promises, kind of like all of the promises that the American voters were promised, that America first shit, will they be cheering then? They're cheering. You're looking at them cheering, but you're not looking at the American economy because them cheering lets you ignore how horrible the economy is under 45, 47. The person who tells you that there is no inflation and he's doing absolutely that affordability is a myth. And you don't want to talk about what's going on with you and how you live your life. See, I don't give a fuck what the Venezuelan people are celebrating or not celebrating, because the bottom line is what happens in Venezuela does not affect me and how I live my life. Never have. And it doesn't affect you and how you live yours. What affects you and how you live yours is the distractions that you fall into to make believe that this unlawfulness is something to celebrate. Anything else you want to add to that?
No, you can
Venezuela,
continue.
right? Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro, and right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn in as president just a little while ago. She had a
And she also said that she is making ways to have elections in the next month. If somebody comes in and arrests him and Melania, JD Vance would not be the JD Vance and Erica Kirk wouldn't be the likely people who takes over for Trump and Melania.
long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, It has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
What is being done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba is an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically.
Hold on 1 second. Did I say it was you're the one claiming to be oh so smart? Okay. I'm not claiming to be oh so smart. I'm factually smarter than you because it's not Y-O-U-R, your, as in your belonging, is your Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. Look at me. Y-O-U apostrophe R-E, as in you are. You are the one claiming to be so smart. Not your, as in your personal belonging. Stupid. It's learn the difference. And you should have learned this in 3rd grade. The difference between the words your and you are. Your and your. Stupid motherfucker. Let's continue.
Colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Putting up the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's an pre-existing.
Mr. President.
The answer is yes. Yes.
Is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President, on Monday.
Well, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
And you have the respect. You don't have the respect in your own country. We will buy. We'll buy a ticket to leave, host. Cash App $ Ronnie Q. You are more than welcome. Cash App $ Ronnie Q. Yeah,
because they want you to go back to Africa, right? So y'all look up how much the flight costs to Africa and send that money to the Cash App so we can get Ronnie Q, so we can repatriate Ronnie. Cash App.
I do not fly below business class. Thank you.
Let's get her first class Ronnie. And apparently, like, they going in at both of us saying, like, you hate the Venezuelan people and you defending drug cartels. Like the links people go to, like sincere, like to say to suck the farts out of Trump booty. It's insane.
Let's get through these. Thank you. Please make sure you hit the like button while you're in here. Thank you all for supporting the channel.
What the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years,
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything. We will.
So it's not going to cost them anything. He just said it's going to cost billions. Do you not remember? Let me make sure my mic is on. Do you not remember earlier he said it's going to cost billions? And now when the hard-hitting question, well, it's not going to cost us anything. The money's coming out of the ground. So if the money's coming out of the ground and it's not going to cost you anything to rebuild the infrastructure, why are you talking about what you're owed because the gas companies came in and built the infrastructure in the first place? Because if it's not going to cost you anything to rebuild it, what you're saying is it costs them nothing to build it in the first place because the money is coming out of the ground. Am I wrong? Is there something that I'm missing here?
I mean, I didn't find anything to refute.
Okay. I just want to be sure that I'm not as stupid as he play his supporters to be. Okay. Let's hear that again. Look at the look on his face. Oh, I'm caught. I don't know what to do. Let me just say some stupid shit.
Because the money comes respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything. We will. Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilt.
What enemies? What enemies did they house? It's not going to cost you anything because all the money is coming out of the ground. So you're just going over there to steal the oil, and you're trying to pretend like they stole the oil from you when they kicked U.S. Oil companies out of their sovereign land, and you're pretending like they owe you something. When you are saying to rebuild what they built in the first place will cost you nothing because all of the riches are coming out of the ground. Are we clear on that, stupid people?
And we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is.
So what money is the oil company going to have to spend when you just said it's not going to cost nothing because he just said it's not going to cost nothing because it's coming out, the oil is coming out of the ground. Now all of a sudden we're not going to pay anything. The oil company's got to pay it. When have you known big oil not to get kickbacks from the Republican administration? When have you known the oil companies not to get subsidies from the United States government? When? Tell me what year. Just give me a year. Give me a year that big oil companies did not get government subsidies. But you can't get health care. And the money is just coming out of the ground, he says.
Coming out of the ground. Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries, but it'd be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything. We will. Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be. It's going to be a very important. It's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded.
He can't figure out if we're going to be reimbursed, if the money's coming out of the ground is very substantial, the oil companies got to pay, and we're going to pay, and we're going to get reimbursed. How do you get reimbursed if you say we're not going to spend anything because the oil companies are going to rebuild it? So what exactly would you be being reimbursed for exactly? The Pentagon has a $1 billion budget. So you mean to tell me that Venezuela is going to have to pay for their own invasion? Is that what is this reimbursement? Since you said it's not going to cost you anything, and the oil companies are going to pay for it, and then turn around and say, "But we're going to be reimbursed." Who is this we who is going to be reimbursed for something that the oil companies are going to pay for? Make any of this mumble jumble make sense? But I'm pretty sure that these 47 can make plenty of sense of this nonsense. Nonsense.
By safe, secure countries. And we also have to have energy, very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look, it was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, U.S. military.
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well,
US
I don't want to get
at war
into the
with Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender.
You don't want to get into the conversations because he already had told you that you can come back and drill. Of course, you don't want to get into those conversations. He had already invited you back, but you let's continue.
And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did. Yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted for many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are
Well,
different? Would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people.
Marco Rubio, stand still. Yeah, because you know that this makes absolutely no. He was treated very badly. You know, it's a lot of people. Some people have been treated very badly. He paid for his part. How much did he pay you for your pardon? I endorse the person that won in Honduras. The person that won in Honduras, who was lockstep in with the person who you pardoned, that person who was number 3 in the race until you came in with your pardon in Honduras. That person is the one you endorse. Why are you endorsing anyone in Honduras? Where is that America First at when you're pardoning somebody who has bought 400 tons of drugs into the United States? Where is it not election interference when you do this pardon right before the election, and the person you pardon, his cohort who is running 3rd place, then starts to run 1st place? Where is it not election interference when the person who was running 1st place in Honduras was the one who said that they can no longer build those smart cities in Honduras? You know, the smart cities that they locked up, that Peter Thiel ran in Honduras, getting tax breaks in the United States and paying no taxes to Honduras, who Honduras president who was running in 1st place said that they had to leave Honduras. Is that what you're talking about? Is that the election interference that you want to talk about? Is Be Easy still up here?
Yeah, I'm still up here.
Oh, okay. Is that who he talking about?
What, with the election interference?
Yeah.
I mean, they're interfering as well. They're trying to say that the election was rigged and all this other stuff, but These are sovereign nations, right? So remember, Trump said that the Biden election was rigged. So Putin should be meddling in. Xi Jinping, Macron should be meddling in our elections because it was allegedly rigged. So even if it was rigged, I mean, we're not the world's police to be going in and meddling and people trying to find every excuse. He was a narco. He was all this stuff, man. The dude was a foreign dictator, not American dictator, right? And then if they care so much about dictatorship, isn't Netanyahu a dictator? So go overthrow Israel then, since we don't like dictators.
Isn't Putin a dictator? And you had your military on their hands and knees rolling out the red carpet for him in Alaska. Doesn't he also have a arrest warrant? And why are all of these people with arrest warrants big buddies with 45, 47? To the point that your military is not striking them. No, they're on their hands and knees rolling out the red carpet for them in the United States of America. Let's finish this dumb motherfucker.
Liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier.
He was persecuted and done very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon. A non-answer answer. Like he did the shit. A non-answer answer. Because I don't give a fuck unless it benefits my pockets.
So it's not going to cost us anything. We will. Well, we want. That's what that was. We're not spending money. The oil company. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be. It's going to be a very important. It's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries, and we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look. It was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, U.S. military.
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well,
US
I don't want to
at
get
war
into the
with Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said he was pretty close.
He's responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are
Well,
different?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr.
Unless it's a bad question, in which case I'll go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin? Well, it's
Okay.
always nice
You had
to
a
talk
phone-
about Putin.
You had a phone call with him
Yeah.
on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
Was that
I
intelligence?
thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours.
What they got to do with
I'm giving
Putin?
myself 1 quarter, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them
With
to
Putin?
go back to peace.
What they got to do
So I
with
only
Putin?
give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be
Putin.
One of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine.
Putin.
It's not, and they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month 30,000? This last it was 27.
What is Putin done that was
27,000
so
the month
bad
before.
compared to Netanyahu?
30,000 mostly.
Exactly. And what has Zelensky has done? They both have done some very bad things. They both have done some very bad things. For instance, get invaded by. I guess it's a bad thing if they fought against the people who were invading them, and they fought a good fight against the people who were invading them. I guess that's the bad thing that he's talking about. Ukraine did.
Soldiers were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing.
How much did Israel pay? Did Israel pay you anything? How much did Israel pay for all the munitions that you sent over there? How much did they pay? Did you make money off of that? Oh, you're going to make your money on the back end when you turn Palestine into this new tech city. Oh, your money's on the back end. But does that pay the United States? Because that money was not your personal money. That was taxpayer money. So our taxpayer going to be reimbursed when you build this big hot tech city in Palestine? I think not.
Care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings that come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved.
So what he's saying is Kiev is a much smaller number of people are being killed in Kiev. So where are the 30,000 people being? So you're saying that the Russians are getting the most, more Russians are being killed, even though they have not stopped the advancement on Ukraine, and we are to believe that more of them are being killed by them unruly Ukrainians who are defending their nation against invading Russia. Is that what you're saying, stupid? Oh, your people are stupid, so that's why you can say that. Okay, MAGA is stupid.
We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, Putin says it, everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this, I watched an...
It was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. But I can believe Putin when he says that if you were president, that would have never happened.
Remember, he said he could stop the war in 24 hours.
Mm-hmm. He could stop it before he got in office if he wanted to, but he was going to wait until he got in office. But this is not my war. Yeah, it is. This is your inherited war.
Operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
Okay, this link is in my... This link is in my description box. Let me play something real quick for you. Be easy, because you all already said this. Some people can't take when black people are intelligent and have a broadband to think for themselves. Some people must get their talking points. Let me share something that you have already said about what happens when America goes over to these nations? Let me.
My family owned an oil company, and you're like, aha, there, I see it. So your family was forced to sell their oil company for the benefit of the nation. And hey, that sucks for you and your family. But guess what? The entire country was lifted up because y'all were hoarding this wealth for a very, very long time. I encourage people to watch an old documentary, a great documentary called The Revolution Will Not Be Televised. It is about the attempted coup on Chavez multiple times. The point is that this is when we talk about the oil. This just means we want to return the oil to the rich Venezuelan 1% and the rich American corporations that worked with that 1% in order to exploit the Venezuelan people. That's all that means. It means we don't want Venezuela to keep any of that money for themselves. Now, back to Maduro. If you want Maduro gone, here's what you do. You actually support a healthy Venezuelan society so that they have the tools and the ability to rise up against and practice democracy and make changes within their own country. And what you do is you end US sanctions on Venezuela because number one, Venezuelan sanctions on Venezuela are hurting Venezuelan people. So what do? If you hate immigrants, well, they're coming to your country because of the sanctions. So you might want to fucking lift those so they can live more, and prosper. But also, it is dooming the sanctions have been dooming the economy. The economy's been fucked because of the sanctions, and that is it's a huge wave. American imperialism in general thinks that you have to squeeze people. You should corner them and that will make them react. No, because what was Maduro doing? Maduro was using the sanctions as a rationale for why he should stay in power, saying, look at these US imperialists, look at them doing all this, you support me, hey, we hate that, that they're invading our country and our sovereignty. But if you remove that, then he no longer has that talking point to lean on, truly. Right. And again, I'm not advocating to have to fund these pro-democracy programs in Venezuela that really are kind of about subversive kind of soft coup attempts and blah, blah, blah. But I am saying that sanctions fucking fail. They always hurt the people and they never hurt the actual people in power. So that's number one. If you actually wanted Maduro gone, you welcome Venezuela into the world. You are honest about them being drug traffickers or not, which they are not. So I think that needs to be understood. And then lastly, Waj, what comes is worse.
Yeah.
Comes is worse. Because there is nothing like U.S. empire to radicalize and a society into saying, oh, fuck the United States. Fuck them trying to run our oil business. I'm for anyone, because there's going to be backlash. There's going to be massive to say nothing of casualties, to say nothing of violence, to say nothing of what comes now. But if you hate socialism, if you fucking hate socialism, you should be against this 1,000,000%, because there's nothing that's going to guarantee more of a reignited socialist revolution than what the United States is doing right now. I hate to break that to you. And if you really believe that U.S. empire works, I would direct you to all of the fucking instances, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's Iraq, whether it's the Shah of Iran, where we can go back and see every time a U.S. puppet has been supported, whether in Latin America or the Middle East, they always make it worse and they always fall. In fact, sometimes, ironically, they fall because the U.S. reinvades, a la Saddam Hussein, a guy we supported, or Gaddafi, a guy we supported. So again, this whole Pinochet, oh my God. I mean, Pinochet, the dictatorships in Argentina, the dictatorships in Brazil, the dictatorships in Uruguay, all of the dictatorships were like this with US empire. Were like this. And I'm, and Central America, to say nothing of the death squads, the amount of murder, all in the service of, American enterprise. And here we are.
Okay, and here we are again. That link is also in my description box. Go over there and check them out. Be easy. You still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I actually got to head out though because I got some errands to make and get some lunch. But this has been a good stream. I know it's a lot of yeah, you see I'm responding because they're talking about, oh, you
I'm
know,
not. Go
yeah,
ahead.
the law is so bad, but it's like, okay, yeah, most of it is coming from China. Why aren't we invading China? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So this stuff is not America first
About
and foremost. This is for oligarchy first. This is for the plutocrats. This is plutocracy first, not America first. So, you know, keep your foot on their necks. Salute to you. And if you still up here, I'll join when I get back. But otherwise, you know, we got to collab again on the stream. Appreciate you for what you do.
Yes, I appreciate you for coming up here. It's a pleasure, and I'll see you around.
Okay, peace out.
All right. Z Sarah, the regime is out of control. What are they planning to do with Maduro? I'm not a fan of his, but there are a whole laundry list of dictators ahead of him and other reasons why 4547 is wrong doing this. I concur. Hey, Regina M. It is so good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Please hit the like button. If you came here to cry and to distract, I'm sorry. This is not the place. If you want to talk about the subject matter at hand, please feel free. I am not impressed by. I am not hurt. I am not impressed by any of the ignorance and the propaganda. We are on topic of what happened today. Very Carey. Tap the screen twice to support. Yes, do that. I concur with you. Fix America first, Donnie. Fix it. Stop butting into other people's shit just to distract from the Epstein files. Let's get into the Epstein of it all. Let me share. I do have some things. One thing for sure that I want to share about the Epstein files, and then I have to run as well. But I found it quite disgusting. And if you, I'm gonna put Jack Smith testimony in my description box as well. The all the artists have dropped out of the Kennedy Center. No one is going to be performing, so he has killed art as well. Mm-hmm. Let me find this latest thing about the Epstein files and one of the accusers. Hold on one second. There was a big brouhaha because Zoran Mandami wife had on a pair of $650 boots at his inauguration. $650 boots. The wife of a multi-millionaire, had the audacity to wear a pair of $650 boots. And there was much to do about it all over Twitter up until the point where it was told like many people, high profile people, her clothing and her little $650 boots were on loan. You know how different designers will loan people dresses to wear to award shows, events, and they tried to tell you that Zoran Mandami was a fraud because she was loaned a pair of $650 boots. If you didn't know about that, let's hear about some bone chilling testimony that showed up. about Epstein and 4547. I will say this is going to be in the description box as well.
Welcome to the show. New year, new show. And boy, oh boy, goofy, a little overly sensitive to, prove your case. But we do have this video. It's resurfaced. It's floating around on social media, and it is quite the eye-opener. So here is Katie Johnson, which, by the way, is an alias. She didn't use her real name. But this is Katie Johnson, who in 2015 and 2016 accused both Trump and Epstein story of a girl who was allegedly raped and abused by both Trump and Epstein. And all I have to say is prepare yourself and buckle up. Now, what happened is she filed a lawsuit against both Trump and Epstein. And I believe it was in 2015 or 2016. And she told her whole story. She went on to drop the lawsuit. And there's speculation, hey, did she drop the lawsuit because she was threatened? Did she drop the lawsuit because she was paid to drop the lawsuit? Did they pay her behind the scenes to go away? Did they pay her an exorbitant amount of money, right? Is it both things? Was it like a carrot or the stick thing? Look, you'll either be in danger or you'll be rich. You choose. But, this isn't going to go any further. You're not actually going to go to court. You're not actually going to be able to, prove your case. But we do have this video. It's resurfaced. It's floating around on social media, and it is quite the eye-opener. So here is Katie Johnson, which, by the way, is an alias. She didn't use her real name. But this is Katie Johnson, who in 2015 and 2016 accused both Trump and Epstein of rape, sexual abuse. And here's what she has to say.
No, there was nothing promised to me for doing this interview.
Excellent.
Yes, everything that I say at this interview will be the truth. I met Donald Trump at some parties I attend that I was working for Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. There was about 3 or 4 times that I had encounters with Donald Trump. I was 13. The first time that I met Donald Trump was at a party at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. There was an orgy going on, and he was kind of watching off in the distance. And he basically asked if I could come over and give him a hand job. And at first I wasn't very comfortable with it. This was like my first party. And I didn't think that was my responsibility. But my recruiter told me that I needed to do it. So I agreed to.
Now notice the language. He said, my recruiter. Further evidence, further reason to believe this was basically a human trafficking organization, right? Your recruiter. What does that mean, your recruiter? You're recruited into this lifestyle where you have to pleasure old men when you're underage. That's child sex trafficking is what that is.
And then he, I began to, sorry, this is a little difficult, but before I gave him a hand job, he kind of slapped my hand away and said, you need to use a glove. And the recruiter ran over and handed me a glove and said, no one touches Mr. Trump's penis without a glove. So I needed to use a glove. I gave him a hand job. And then immediately after, he had an orgasm, he left, and I didn't see him again at that party. Jeffrey Epstein is a billionaire friend of Donald Trump's that was responsible for throwing the sex parties. I originally came to New York trying to be a model, and in my travels, I met a girl named Tiffany there who was very interested in me and said that, that's what she did, is that she helped girls, get what they wanted, and she could help me get into modeling.
So remember, what she's saying here is, this also checks out, is that they're young models, teenage models. As I've been telling you for a long time, and there's plenty of reason to believe, Miss Teen USA and all these teenage modeling agencies. Trump had one, by the way. Friends with Jean-Luc Brunel and John Casablancas, notorious pedophiles. It was all a front for child sex trafficking.
She knew a lot of people that were higher ups, and that it would be no problem. And so that's why, but I would just basically have to come model at a couple of events and meet some people. There would be no sweat. So, of course I went, that sounded like no big deal. And she was recruiting the girls to come to these parties. And they all looked, most of them were, my age. There was, maybe a couple girls that were maybe 14 or 15, but it seemed to me like we were all very young. So
all underage. All of these girls underage at these sex parties. They literally can't consent. that legally they can't consent.
Jeffrey Epstein knew that I was 13 years old. When he interviewed me, he asked me to get down to my bra, just my panties, and I thought that was weird. But I mean, modeling, maybe it was something about my figure. And he asked that I give him a massage. And then he asked me my age. He asked me, and I told him, that I was 13. I told him why I was there. And he basically said, well, you'll do, I'm sure that you'll fit pretty nicely here. And then he tried to, basically, slip himself inside of me. And I pushed him away and I said, because at that point in time, I still believed that there was models and then there was the girls that did that. Like I thought there was a separation. So, I told him that I wasn't interested in that, but he said that I would do. And as far as Donald Trump, he knew that I was 13, and I believe that Tiffany told him. He seemed to take a liking to me because I was I was so young, and I was also a virgin. So I don't know. It seemed like he wasn't really into having girls that were liked by the other guys. He kind of, the whole glove. He kind of liked things to be his first. If that, for lack of a better term, but he was the one who wanted to get to a girl before everyone else did. Donald Trump knew that I was 13 because the first night that I was there, Tiffany actually suggested that, she had a whole bunch of different wigs, and I expressed interest in them. I always told her that I would love to walk around with blue hair, and so I tried some on, and there was a blonde wig that she said that looked great on me. So I wore that wig, and Donald Trump had specifically asked about me because I remind him of his daughter, and she said, well, she's 13 as well.
Oh my God, bro. So according to her, Donald Trump chose her at the age of 13 because she reminded him of his daughter. And she had her wear a blonde wig to look more like his daughter. Oh my God, bro. What? This man is a demon. This man is literal Satan. And he's the most powerful man on earth now.
So he knew the first time that he saw me, but he took a liking to me because I look like his daughter. Oh. The reason I'm coming out now is when it happened originally, I just wanted to forget about the whole incident. And when I...
Okay, this link is in my description box under Epstein and 4547. I'm going to drop it in the chat as well. Go over there and finish this at your leisure, and write a comment in the chat. Put a like if you would like to send me back to where I came from. Cash app, cash $RONYIQ. It would be greatly appreciated. Remember, I need a business class or above ticket. All right, guys, I hope you enjoy the remainder of your day. I hope I hope that you enjoy the remainder of your day. And if you wonder why all of this distraction is going on, finish that video. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. I'll see some of you around the YouTube streets. God bless, and see you Monday. Bye-bye. Oh, and Monday, I have a special guest planned on Monday. All right, I'll see you guys around. Bye-bye.